Welcome back to episode 4 of On the Road Again. Part 4, Objection. Last time on the road, Jordan found Jesus. What will happen today when we get on the road again?
Oh my god.
It's true, she did.
Sure did.
Yeah, she was invisible.
She found Jesus with a gun.
You really gotta love it when you accidentally discover Jesus Christ.
Literal Jesus.
Now,
Another Saturday for me.
we are going to head into Electros City, in a small street in the Morpheus district of northern Electros. Jordan, you walk up to a parlor early in the morning.
Oh! Well, I suppose this is the address.
And she walks forward, opening the door.
Oh,
Scramble, 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 sits down.
welcome, madame, to the dream, hairstylist.
He looks left, he looks right, he's holding a bouquet of flowers he was clearly going to set down.
Oh my goodness! What a lovely salon! Oh, look at all the lights and the sparkles. It is beautiful, JoJo.
Thank you, thank you. I did a lot of the interior design myself.
Oh my.
He swivels around on the chair and just kind of, you can take in the excessive amount of sparkles that were sprinkled onto this room. It's like someone took a glitter bag and popped it like a fucking balloon all over.
Hell yeah, she's just completely infatuated with looking at the fucking decor of this room, just all around her.
Jorgen, not missing a beat, comes over and swivels around the chair.
So, you got an appointment for, 9:30 a.m., right?
Yes, I do.
He winks.
And she very, happily takes a seat.
Oh, gosh.
He rubs his hands together.
Alright. Anything in particular you're looking for?
I want a change. A big change. Something different.
He kind of like walks around you, all angles, studies you very closely, like peering in on his hands.
Alright. I can do change. Oh, here we go.
He comes into the back and grabs something, and comes back out carrying a small package of sparkles, and two,
Magnifico.
what looks like a like a sort of black coat of some sort, and he just kind of tosses it at you.
Here, try that on for styling.
Oh, grazie.
She takes off her jean jacket and throws on this new black jacket, black coat of some kind.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's different. Okay,
Ooh.
okay.
He's kind of like, you can see the gears turning in his head as he looks at you.
You know, I was thinking of expanding it into a fashion boutique at some point.
Oh, that would be lovely. Oh, what if you made it into an entire makeover? Like a salon that specializes in completely remodeling your look based on your clothes and your makeup and maybe your hair as well.
Oh, hold on.
He runs back and he goes grabbing some other things.
Let's do a test run!
Oh, magnifico!
Starts scrambling through. He gets to this like black box on the counter. He opens it up. He looks inside and sees something rather risque. Closes it.
Not that one.
And he runs back with an armful of stuff.
Alright, we got pink, orange, purple. What do you like?
For what exactly is this, by the way? Sorry, I misheard.
He didn't say.
Oh! Purple?
Alright. Okay. Now I'm gonna work my magic.
Okay.
And while Jorgen gets to work styling your hair, doing some makeup, adding an excessive amount of sparkles. Jordan, you can start to see yourself change in the mirror across the hall. Would you like to pull it out?
Yeah, I would.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh,
Huh?
Let's do a zoom in.
magnifico! Oh, I love it!
Scarface.
Damn.
Alright. So, you're gonna have to keep a little bit more upkeep on your hair than normal. Sparkles technically fade in about 2 to 3 days, so
He hands you a package of sparkles.
you're gonna have to reapply this every day.
Oh, okay. By the way, I was thinking, if you were going to redesign this place to be a fashion boutique and a complete makeover, what if you called it Dream Beyond the Stars?
Oh. Yeah, that's not bad. Dream of a new self. That could be our slogan.
Yes, magnifico!
And she like, I assume he's like kind of done at this point.
Yeah, he is. He finishes up and puts his little snipping scissors away.
She gets up, goes over to the mirror, and she looks at herself and just sort of like takes a good look and just like,
I love this. Yes, this is the change I was looking for.
So you think if people were to, know that this was a thing, like fashion makeover, hair makeover, all that, would they come in and do this sort of thing?
Oh, absolutely.
especially if you could show them the change that I went through, I think they would absolutely love it.
Drat. I didn't take any before pictures.
Oh, it's okay. This was one after I graduated high school, but I look basically the same.
As she pulls out a picture from her wallet.
I mean, I can't just... I'm not just gonna take that from you. Here.
He pulls out a phone and he snaps a picture of it. A picture of a picture.
That's better. And then, can I get the masterpiece on set?
He holds up his camera.
Oh, should I do a sort of pose?
Oh yeah, no, do like a Vogue pose. Or sorry, sorry, vague.
She does like a sort of like supermodel pose where like she basically is like pulling one side of her jacket over and she's like looking over her shoulder back at you.
Yes! Jorgen snaps a ton of different photographs. You guys spend far too much time on that.
As they should.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh hell yeah.
Alright.
He comes over here to this wall and he just like pins one of the photos to the wall. He's got like one of those little mini printers on his phone. You know, future shit.
Oh, that's sick.
It's
Future
like
shit,
a
dude.
USB printer you can plug into your phone. So he prints out the two pictures and just kind of pins them up there. And you can see on his corkboard, it appears you might have been his first client.
Wait, was I the first one you have done so far?
Yeah, kinda.
Scratches the back of his head.
Oh, Jojo, grazie. She goes over and hugs him, and she's like, "Oh, thank you. I am so honored that I could be your first one. Oh, that makes me so happy."
I was worried though you would be like weirded out by the fact that I hadn't done this professionally much yet, but yeah,
Oh,
we're
are you kidding me?
we're opening up this week, and you know, butterflies and all that.
Well, for your first time, you were amazing. This is fantastic.
Well, thanks. I've kind of been working my ass off to try and develop my own style for this thing, you know?
Well, I can already tell that you are going to be so successful in this. You are a natural.
Bringing in a little bit of that sparkle that Electros City so desperately needs.
I think you are going to make Electros into such a beautiful city once they see you.
Oh. A question, you want to hit up Lenny's later? I got lunch break in like 3 hours.
Well, yes, I would love to.
Hell yeah. Well, let's see here. Ugh.
He looks at a piece of paper.
So, like, my dad, because he's this type of person, ordered me like 3 other clients, but they're all like preppy business folk.
Oh, I see.
They're coming in about 10 minutes or so, but... we'll just give them the dream special.
Yes! Make them look lovely.
Oh, and that's just a question. You don't think there are too many sparkles, do you?
She looks around.
I do not think there are enough sparkles.
Hell yeah! That's what I was thinking! Fucking take that, you bitch-ass dad motherfucker.
He starts picking up some more sparkles and just tossing them around the room.
Hell yeah.
Oh god, more entities for my map to be laggy with.
Woo!
My stand makes your map really, really lag!
Something about shooting stars in the night sky.
Anyway, first one's on the house, Jordan. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah. I mean, what kind of friend am I if I charge you for a haircut, am I right?
She goes over and gives him another hug and then a little kiss on the cheek.
Grazie. Well, okay, well, you have my phone number, so, just message me when you want to go to Lenny's.
Yeah, I'll probably, be bitching hardcore about these fucking... Oh god. Alfred Handcock. Oh, how is he coming here?
Wow, what a name. Well, if you are going to be pitching about them, I will help you make fun of them over message.
Hell yeah. Oh, just gotta make sure to type not in the giant ass mirror. Anyway.
I will see you later.
Yeah.
I am supposed to go to another appointment this morning, so I'll see you.
See you around.
He gives like
Bye.
a signature grin and a wave and a little sparkle.
And she goes off.
And Jordan, you're coming out, the sparkles swash around you. You feel elegant, you feel new, you feel invigorated, and then you're accosted by something strange immediately in your line of sight.
She looks forward across the road and sees a deer?
A deer on the streets of Electros, staring directly at you.
She looks forward.
Oh. What are you doing here, beautiful? The city is no place for a creature like you.
There is a uncanny just stare that the deer has for a moment, and then it swiftly, like an animal, turns its head, takes a few steps over, and chomp! Viciously grabs some of this flower pot in its mouth. The flowers, the dirt, all of it, and just chew. 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 And walks this way.
She's gonna try to follow it a bit. She's like,
What? Ciao?
Jordan, it becomes soon very apparent you are following a deer, and the deer, as soon as it catches the slightest wind of you, starts dead bolting away.
Oh, no, it is okay. I won't hurt you. So strange. Such a beautiful creature in such a strange city. Well, I'm sure it must have come from the forest or something. Oh, perhaps some rich businessman owns it as a pet and it has gotten out. I will have to call the police and let them know.
And she kind of, put off a little bit. Continues on her way.
All right.
Fucking hate
Wesley
you.
fucking dying.
Why?
Hey, Deb, do you read chat?
Yes, I do read chat.
Yeah.
He goes so white.
I'll accept Plot's
Oh,
point
that's-
now from anyone who wants to be on the street, or this is forever lost. I'm not joking.
I'm gonna spend a plot.
Actually, no. Here's the thing, bro. You already touched it, so like let how about
Alright,
Giuseppe
yeah.
do it?
Oh
If you touch it twice, you
Giuseppe
turn
hasn't
gay.
touched it. Fair enough.
No, I have not.
It just-
And of course, you don't
Yeah.
have to. This is not a forced thing. Just if you want it, and
Yeah.
you guys seem to want it.
Yeah, you guys definitely seem to want it.
Oh shit, was there white
it.
goop?
Yes!
Read cat my ass.
Here, Giuseppe Jordan, fucking fight it out or something. I don't know.
No,
Yeah.
Jordan, just do it. Do your earring. Do your earring if you want.
They fucking.
It's like 30 minutes later, and we come back. Okay. And we're walking. She's like, okay.
Oh, grazie, Giuseppe. I hate to call you on such short notice, but I just got this new earring, and I'm trying to look for it. I don't want to already lose it.
No, I completely understand. Where did you last see this earring?
Well, I had it on when I was right outside of this boutique right over here.
Oh, the what is this? A boutique? Is it like a salon or something?
It's like a makeover boutique.
Oh yes, place for the women. Yes, of course.
Oh, Giuseppe, I know. It is made out of stainless steel. Could you turn it into a shiny metal or make it bigger or something?
Oh well, I mean, I could just have. Yeah. There's a lot of stainless steel in this area, but that shouldn't be a problem.
Should be right around here.
Kid, you should be able to see it. It's a little bigger now and brighter.
Oh, here it is.
And she walks over, and she finds that it was right here.
Oh, how wonderful!
Grazie. By the way, I must tell you, I saw the strangest thing today. Right across the street over here, there was a deer.
Nick, what do you mean? There's no wildlife.
Oh, I swear, look, it was right over
And then she walks over.
here. And then look, it came over and ate these flowers.
As you're doing that, let's see. Dream's door definitely has a bell.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Someone walks out, looks around, kind of pats their hair a bit, takes out a sparkle, tosses it aside, looks across the street at you two, and then walks away.
Was it just me or was that very awkward?
No, that was very weird. Why would a
Why?
man come out of a salon?
Yes. Wait, no. Men go to salons all the time. Giuseppe, he was looking right at us.
Well, yes, that's also weird. But I'm also talking about the salon.
What? No, Giuseppe.
No, Giuseppe, that is sexist.
Giuseppe, men can go to salon. You know what, Giuseppe? Why don't I take you to a salon sometime? Yes.
Wait, how can I be sexist towards men? That doesn't. What?
What? Everyone can be sexist towards anyone.
Oh, okay.
It's just like, you know what? It is. okay.
I guess I am r/out of the loop, as children say. No?
Well, technically, they say E/out of the loop.
E/? Well, in
Well,
Russia,
yes.
it's r/, because, well, Russia.
Oh yes. Well, for here it is Electros. You know. So.
Oh, yes, okay. Makes sense.
Well, technically, the service is called Electrit, but you know.
Electrid? Oh, that sounds a lot nicer than running.
And she says,
But yes, look, Giuseppe, look, all these flowers, they were eaten by the deer. And
Oh,
that is weird.
those flowers do not look healthy if they look as white as. Wait, are those?
What is that?
You notice that one of the flowers, they're a pink petunia, is completely white, and there seems to be no other petunias growing around it, like a single stalk coming out of this flower pot.
Oh wow! It looks so.
What a beautiful flower.
Okay.
Okay, so Jordan, as your hand goes towards this, oh, what a pretty flower, you feel this very faint heartbeat. And then you touch it.
Oh.
And immediately you are overwhelmed with a sensation as your head is in this bush of petunias and you go, the wonderful smell of the flowers fills your nostrils. It's wonderful, and why were you here? Oh. Best focus on the flowers. That quells the overwhelming anxiety hanging inside your chest. You take steps around the corner towards this opening, yawning entrance towards this building. You read words for a second, but your mind doesn't comprehend them. As you take a few steps inside, a man sits behind the desk at the far end of a hall, glass cases adorned with different fanciful pieces of jewelry on either side. And as you enter, the man speaks out.
Good evening, miss. Is there anything I can particularly do for you?
Just here to... Look, I'm here to pick something up,
Yeah, alright. What's your name?
Crowd.
Right, Claude. Yes, it's radio.
The man taps a box sitting on the table, a dark, clasped box. The payment's all done, yes?
Oh yes, you did that online. Here, feel free to take it. Have a wonderful day, man. And, good luck.
Thank you. You hurriedly grab the box, and there, at the fingertips, touching it, there's a moment of adrenaline shoots through you, but it subsides, and it's in your hand. You have it. Nothing's gone wrong. Everything's going to be okay. And when your eyes reopen, Giuseppe's holding the flower, just confused as fuck. Do you have this odd feeling, Jordan? It's a positive one, but there's a lot of anxiety surrounding it.
Well, Jordan, you okay?
She like kind of backs away for a second, not like in a scared way, but more in like she lost her balance type of way, and now she's like trying to catch herself as she's like touching her head and like, I don't really know what just happened.
You look very clumsy. I can't. Jordan, is everything okay? You kind of spaced out for a bit.
I feel so relaxed, but I also feel anxious. I saw something. I don't know what it was, but when I touched the flower, I wasn't like I could see, but I wasn't me.
Wait, like you had a vision from someone else's life?
Yes, it was inside of here. What is
What?
this place called?
You look at it, it is, Dunn's Jewelers.
Inside of here, inside of this jewelers, I was like a woman who went inside and she bought something. Her last name was Crockett? No, it wasn't that. It was Crod? Yes, I think it was Crod.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
I think Jordan.
she's gonna try to walk inside.
You notice that the building is currently closed, but the door does swing open very slightly.
Oh?
It seems that whoever owned this place forgot to lock the front door.
Oh well, if it's a jewelry store and the door's wide open, might as well take some merchandise, eh?
No, just set me or anything.
Well, I mean, it's all for free, you know?
No, it is not for free. I just want to see if somebody is here. She
Actually,
like
good
kind of
point.
peers inside. She like calls out, hello? I guess no one is here right now.
Well, we can come back in the morning if you want, but you should probably lie down a bit.
Wait, it is the morning.
Well, later in the morning, when someone is here.
Okay. Well,
I'm
it was
kind
really
of
strange.
concerned, because the only time that someone saw with vision was Joichiro. And, well, he was freaked out and...
Really?
Yes, it was when we found the secret compartment with the tickets.
Oh. Well, come on, let's go find Joichiro. I need to go and tell him about this. Maybe he has seen something that is like what I have seen.
Maybe, yes.
Good
idea.
Do you think he is at his shop today? Or
does he have cell? I mean, do you have cell and his number or something? Because I don't know.
I think I should. And she calls Joichiro.
Hello?
Joichiro. Hello, good morning. Are you at your shop today?
No, I'm just kind of, resting.
Well,
a lot has happened in the past, 3 days?
Yes, and something else just happened today as well. It's why I wanted to call you. Giuseppe said that you experienced something like I did right now.
Joichiro! Do you hear me? Is he a little phone? Joichiro! Hello! We must get him out of this box.
No, Giuseppe, he is not inside of the box. Okay. Joichiro, I saw something. I touched this strange white flower and I don't know, it was like I was seeing something that wasn't from my own body. Like I was somebody else.
Did they do anything unique?
Yes, they went into this jewelry store that we are outside of and they bought something. They bought a box.
What did it look like?
Tally? what all did the box sort of
Small, slightly purple, dark box with a single hinge, about palm-sized.
Would it be safe to say that it was kind of like a ring box?
Very similar, yes.
Yeah, it kind of looked like a box that would hold a ring.
Okay. I don't remember seeing anything like that in her apartment or whatever I saw.
Did you hear a name at all?
Of the person?
Yes,
Yes, her name is Rachel.
Rachel. I got her last name. Her name is Crod.
Maybe the jeweler of this establishment knows the Rachel we're looking for.
Yes.
Maybe we could
So
possibly
this
go
is
Joichiro.
through.
another lead.
Do you want to meet us here in about 30 minutes?
Oh yes, that would be good. I'll get ready.
Okay. Then we will see you here. It's called Dunn's Jewelry or Jewelers.
All right, I will see you then.
Don't worry, Joichiro. We'll get you out of that box in no time.
No, Giuseppe. Okay. Joichiro, I am going to go explain to Giuseppe how phones work.
Please do. I feel
Okay.
this might be a problem in the future that ends up with one of our phones destroyed.
Holy
Okay.
shit.
I will see you then. Bye.
Bye.
Well, maybe we can go get the coffee somewhere. And Giuseppe, what all do you know about phones? And that, Giuseppe, is how one person would end up calling someone, and it appears as though their voice is coming out of the box, but they are not actually in the box, you know?
Oh, I see now. So it's really, really good radio.
Yes! Yes, it is exactly like
Wow.
a good radio. It's like a radio that can work from across the world.
It baffles me how this man is more familiar with stands than a cell phone. But
Oh, well, sorry. I'm not one who keeps up with times.
you're as old as I am.
I am older than you. By significant amount.
You don't look 60.
Well, I mean, no, I don't look significant, but still, it is significant.
You look very significant, Giuseppe. You stand out quite a lot.
Well, no shit, I'm like 6'3". Jeez, and I thought I was dumb.
Well, here. This is the place.
And you hear something up above, and you look up, and there's a noticeable flock of crows on the roof.
Oh, that's a Wesley drawing if I've ever seen one.
Words.
That is a Wesley drawing.
There's like a pecking sound at the side of the roof, and one of them, you swear, looks right at you before flying away.
Oh. One of these days, I will approach an animal, and it will like me. I don't
Wait, what?
understand why the animals always run away from me. I try. Oh,
You know, when I first saw you, I could only recognize you because Giuseppe was with you.
do you like the new look?
She does a little spin for you and stuff.
Different, but yes, it looks good.
Wait, no.
Grazie.
Oh, shit!
Yeah, there's a slight scent of like standardized cleaner, and the lights are on in the building. It seems to be actually open for business, unlike it was last time we were here.
She's gonna walk over and open the door and go inside.
Okay. You hear a soft, polite voice call out, "Good evening, ladies, gentlemen."
Oh,
Or good morning, I guess. My god.
I think he just called Joichiro a fucking lady, Lamau.
This man looks like a fucking mess. He shakes his head and he just goes,
Yeah, pay no mind. Sorry.
It happens.
Is there anything I can do for you folks today?
well. Oh, well, that is actually very pretty.
I'm gonna say, out of character, she's not wearing the necklace. She is in her token right now,
"Oh,
and then
nice.
is where she spots
hell yeah."
it.
That
Yeah.
works.
Oh, this is quite lovely, actually. I think I might get this.
And she grabs it and she says,
Well, besides buying this, I had a question for you. You are the Mr. Dunn, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Have you received any sort of customers by the name of Crod recently?
Who's asking? I don't just go giving away the names of my customers.
Well,
Oh,
I'm
here,
currently searching for her.
Really? Police business?
Yes, somewhat.
Name of Crod.
He pulls up a computer and just opens up a few files.
If I get this information for you, will you buy something?
Oh, yes.
Wonderful. Let's see here. How long ago you're looking for this Miss Crod?
A year, right?
Yes,
Just
it's here.
roundabout.
Mhm.
Roundabouts to a year ago.
Oh, a year ago. Let's see.
Came in and bought a box.
Yeah. Someone by the name of Crod did swing by here. 2 times it would happen.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What did she buy while she was here?
The man seems to be contemplating that for a second and just like,
I'm sorry, this just feels really weird. Can I see some sort of, like, investigative badge? I don't want to be giving away someone's private information.
Well, of course.
Oh god, is he gonna monologue as he walks in the door? That's the fucking best plot split ever.
holy shit!
This is why
God
plot
damn
points are a
it.
thing. This is why they let them do this.
Okay, yep. All right, let's do it.
Oh, Derek, it looks like you got my text.
Been doing this for a while. Always planned these out beforehand, but I think it's time I go a little bit off the cuff. Pretty soon we've got a court case in front of us. Inside this corrupt justice system of ours. We'll call it a justice system, but it's really just a way for the elites and high-ups to take control of what little we have left. We used to be one of those elites, up on top, looking down those below me. Vermin. Well, it has a way of taking that all away from you. After all, bring me down here, the vermin. Now, just like them, well, at least it did give me something. 1911 didn't help against the bullies in the orphanage, but oh, let's just say they won't be bullying anyone anymore. Thankfully, she was there to help me. She is not around anymore. Ever since the crash.
Can I help you?
I just need you. I just need you to show your ID, Derek, please.
Derek, can you just show him your badge? That would be lovely.
No. Maybe the Russians had something to do with the crash. Of course, I've investigated it before, but who knows? Same people who gave me this limp. Same people took away her from me. Yes, I have to thank them.
Mr. Dunn shoves his desk very slightly forward.
Thanks to them.
Alright, badge, let's go.
I've got this badge right here. Saying I'm a part of the Electros police department.
That was my favorite Derek monologue, not gonna lie.
It's really good. It was really good. He looks at the badge, and then he looks at Derek, and then he looks at the other three.
I guess that does check out.
Yeah. Good thing I came here in the nick of time. crows called me here.
Wait, what? The crows
Whatever
can
you
talk?
say, officer.
Don't mind him. He's a bit of a special person, but
Crows outside, they flew away and notified me of what was going on.
Yeah, the birds. They love my rooftop for some reason. I'm telling you why. Anyway. Let's see. Yes. A woman by the name of Rachel Crowd. That's, Rachel A.E.L. Crowd. Ordered special custom order ring from Dunn. Let's see here. That was approximately 11 months ago.
He swivels the computer screen and shows you the date.
that seems to match up.
Yeah, the funny thing is about this customer. It makes sense why I'm remembering her now. She came in twice for the same exact order. She seemed really confused the second time. I made the same ring for her again, but she didn't seem to be as excited about it. I don't know if that helps you or not.
Was the ring delivered, or did she come to pick it up?
She came to pick it up.
Was there anything particularly special about it?
Let's see. Well, the way she talked about it, it was just to her liking, as far as I could tell, so why she asked for a second one is beyond me.
Why would she ask for a second one if she... Well... Is it... If it was a wedding ring, why would she ask for a second one? How much later?
Let's see. About 3 weeks later. Same specifications, same model. Same pink rose gemstone. All of it. And it was, as far as I'm aware, an engagement ring. Again, like I said, I remember her talking about it quite a bit.
So an engagement ring... Was it... Could it be related to that June person that Jamie spoke about?
It's about all I have on file for her. Is there anything else you guys need from me?
No. Well, was there a shipping address by chance?
Since she came to pick it up here, no, there was no shipping address.
Well, I guess that would be it.
Sorry I don't have more, but, you know, I see people for the small moment that they walk into my life here and then they're gone. So, that's about all I got on her.
Alright, well, thank you.
Well, wait, before we leave, Jordan, didn't you want to buy the necklace?
Oh, I wanted to wait until you were all done talking.
Oh, yes, I'm done.
Okay. Well, then yes, I would love to buy this necklace that you have.
Oh. Here, bring it right on over.
He pulls up a little blip scanner.
Here, Giuseppe, I kind of, you're very tall. I kind of...
Like, you both of y'all are very small, so I kind of can't go through. Okay, there we go.
This is a 3-lane desk. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
He takes the necklace from you, scans it, swaps it over, shows you the price. It's, you know, fairly cheap, actually.
Oh.
Like, you thought, okay, this is a fancy jeweler shop, it's gonna be expensive. No, not at all.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, she has some money that she brought with her from Italy. So, you know, she'll use...
No, but did she convert it to, you know, Electros money?
Yes.
We're not doing money conversion in session.
Electrobot.
Electrobot! What do you think this is? The battle pass for real life? Good lord!
Again.
Yes.
Oh my god, she pays in yen. Boom, she throws a bunch of yen at him.
The yen smacks the man's forehead.
Thank you very much.
I deserve this.
He looks to be gritting his teeth, just like,
Yep, that's Electros. Mhm.
He has a rewards program for Electro bucks.
he's got a rewards program for people that are decent customers, because it never happens.
You guys are not getting an offer.
You're not.
And then she,
Throw money at the man.
in addition, she says, "Oh, and here," as she gives him like a bit of a tip. "Thank you for all the information that you were able to give us. It was such a nice help."
Well, you're very welcome, miss.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I already feel so much more pretty with this.
Fits very nicely, I think.
Well, ciao.
Good day, officer.
I'm just gonna start dragging Derek with me.
You fucking got it. I'm limping, but I can do it.
Can you though?
And
Yes, actually.
He cannot.
the guys exit the door. Jordan.
Mhm.
You're coming around the side of the door, and you see right there.
Shh, 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 shh. Nobody move suddenly.
The deer from before. Its head is in the flower box again. It appears to be grazing.
Look, that is the deer I was telling you about, Giuseppe.
Alright, I'll line up a shot.
No, Derek.
I think we should inform the owner about this.
He's gonna like slowly approach.
Okay.
Jordan, you're gonna
Roll
scare it
me
away.
a
It's okay. She's gonna take one of the flowers from right here
uh-huh.
and like crush it up and put it in her hand and like sort of like hold it out to it.
Give me a bravery roll. Okay, Jordan, you approach this deer, you hold the flowers out, and it's... You really get a feel for how massive this creature is as it cranes its head back over, its pitch black eyes kind of look at you, and it snorts once, a little bit of the petunias in between its teeth.
Hello. Don't worry, I am not going to hurt you. Yeah, it is okay.
She like takes the tiniest step forward to like sort of hold out the hand a bit.
You have the flower in your hand, right?
Hmm?
Its head comes towards you very slowly, as if it's judging that flower. It looks at that flower. Then it turns its head and it promptly starts walking the fuck away. With a snort. Flicking its tail very slightly as it walks back down the streets of the Morpheus district.
She like drops the flower and goes, "Cazzo! Every fucking
Wait.
time!"
Should we follow her?
Swearing is so funny.
Why is there a deer this deep in the city?
I don't know, but I saw it earlier this morning as well.
That's what I was saying. There's no wildlife near. I don't know.
And yeah, a hefty amount of those petunias have been eaten away. There's
I
a
couldn't
big
tell
bare
you.
spot in the box.
You probably should tell the owner about it.
I'm gonna go inform Mr. Dunn about his deer problem.
Okay.
You walk back in, Mr. Dunn sees you open the door.
Forget something?
You have a deer problem?
What?
They're eating your petunias out front. Or at least one is.
Steps up, walks over, blinks once.
What?
You have a deer problem.
How can I have a deer problem? We're in North Electros.
I don't know either, but there was just a deer there and it took a big bite out of your petunias.
What?
He takes a step outside.
Oh, are you kidding me? I just got those pruned last week. Oh, come on!
Meanwhile, Derek is sniffing the petunias.
Derek, what you doing?
He has picked one and started licking it to taste it. It's something strange.
Give me a brains roll anyway. Jordan would notice the first part of the white flower is gone. And secondly, Derek, where Jordan recognizes that it once was, you are like feeling around, think like a deer, act like a deer. And you grab something hard in the flower box.
Oh, is this a branch or are you just happy to see me? Derek pulls it out.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's a tarnished piece of warped metal, about the size of a ring.
Derek pulls it out. Is there any? I mean, you said it's just a piece of metal, essentially.
Yes.
Anything identifiable on it, or?
No, it's like the shell of a ring.
Okay. Derek's gonna take this, examine it for a little bit, see if there's no like identifying marks on it, and then he's gonna pocket it for later to talk with the others about.
Mr. Dunn just shakes his head.
I'll make another order for petunias. Thanks for letting me know. I hate this fucking city.
Same here.
We all do.
Derek pulls out the ring, or the piece of metal that looks like a ring, and shows it to everyone and says, I found this in the box. Like it could be a shell to a ring or something.
What? But why would a ring be in the box?
Giuseppe, are you able to reconstruct it, perhaps?
No, I can only deconstruct. Of course I can reconstruct the metal. He touches the ring, boom, back to normal.
Okay, so give me a precision roll.
Got you.
So, you reconstruct this ring, yes, a little dent there. Giuseppe, you can bend metal to your will, so it would be very easy to accidentally just make a mistake, but your eyes follow the lines of the ring perfectly, and there's only one part missing. You get a perfectly pristine engagement ring, missing a star-shaped pink gemstone that was just described to you.
Well, it looks like there's a gem missing. Maybe... hold up. Maybe it's still in this box. Giuseppe's gonna look in the box.
Okay.
Find the gem.
You do not find the gemstone.
No luck. Maybe... Do you remember what the ring looked like, Jordan?
No, she did not open the box. It was just in the box.
Well, I mean...
Was there a model of the ring on the computer?
Yeah, there should have been an image of it.
Oh! Well, then I guess that's what it looked like.
Okay, well, I mean, it must have... It's definitely an old ring. I guess we could assume it's the ring of, that Rachel...
Or
bought it.
at least one of them.
Yes, because you said she bought two, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Why would someone need to buy two rings for someone?
Well, maybe the first one got lost, so this one, or the gemstone got lost, so she threw it away and then went inside to buy another one, you know?
Why was it so destroyed then? And why was it right outside of the shop?
Well, maybe because it's been almost a year, and, well...
Do you think
I don't
maybe...
think just
out in the elements.
sheer elements can destroy a ring like that.
Oh, this one time I had a case where a dead body was buried in a flower garden. A garden of flowers.
And?
Derek just looks at the flower bed.
Oh.
Don't mess
Hey,
with
what time is court today, by the way?
Not today. Here came back these petunias. Curious. I don't know where that deer came from and where it went. I keep it in the back of our heads for now.
I agree.
Shall we head to Grace? Because isn't that what you wanted to do, Jordan?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I would like to go talk to her beforehand.
That would be good. Oh, yes.
So,
Yeah.
maybe we can...
Call
Try-
Jamie too.
Okay.
Let's hope
Wait,
phone
how
on.
is that gonna work if she doesn't?
I will message Jamie.
Let's hope that she has her phone on her so she doesn't respond in like 3 hours.
About 2 hours later, after herding Jamie into his spot and trying to contact her, we head to the Electros Police Department in Pinion.
The shitty part of the city.
Yep. And you've been let back into the cell to see Grace. In fact, a police officer would have come with you, so let me grab one real quick.
Naturally. Well, isn't Derek the police officer?
Another police officer. It's Derek. They gotta send
True.
a second one. So this guy lets you back into the cells and swings the door closed behind you all, and you see Grace sitting sort of dejected, but trying to put on a face of excitement, although it's clearly a face of dejection. In the chair in the cell.
Can I talk to this police officer real quick? Question, where exactly are they holding Shanti?
I believe that would be on the second floor.
Is it at all possible I'll be able to talk to her?
I could go talk to Dusk. See what she says.
Alright. Thanks a bunch. That Derek asked for a special favor.
You know, I could probably not say that. That might give you better chances.
Okay, maybe. Oh, you're one of the good ones.
I'll say that I asked. Yeah. She takes a step outside the door.
She walks over.
Grazia. Grace, are you okay?
Hey. About as okay as someone about to go on trial for 3 murders is, but been better.
Describe your mood as somewhat negative, then?
I'd describe my mood as fuck the world 9 days out of 10.
Somewhat negative. I'll write that down.
No, today's a good day.
How have they been treating you? Are you okay? Are you being fed?
Yes, I'm being fed. I don't know what type of horror stories they feed you in Italy, but it's not the worst here. Food isn't Michelin star worthy or anything like that, but it's
okay. Well, in prison, they only like to feed them 1 time a day so that they feel the sins for their actions, you know?
What type of prison have you been to? It's maybe the
only
shits
one
of
that they
the
have in
city,
West
but
Verona.
you know, we get to eat food whenever we want to eat.
Wait,
I can
y'all get
leave,
to
you know? Like, I mean, I just have to go ask an officer who's not in here right now. Where'd she go?
Not Derek.
I mean, Derek's an officer.
I mean, yeah, Derek's an officer, but I like talking to my Evie. She's nice.
Yeah, she's one of the good ones.
So, you 5 here to see me off to my doom, or what?
Well, I suppose we want to prepare for tomorrow, I suppose.
What's there to prepare? Wait, did they actually let you... Are you actually on the trial?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, I thought they were gonna ignore that, Rick. What? She like scratches the back of her head. Okay, maybe I should have given them more credit.
Yes, I'm going to be testifying as your witness, and so is everyone else, and Derek is going to be kind of like shift attorney.
Oh, what?
You're fucked.
When was this decided?
Okay, so 50-50, half of it's goodness, cool. I didn't know I was getting witnesses. Also, how the fuck am I supposed to even plead innocent in this sort of thing? I know as well as you guys do that I did a bunch of horrible shit. Unless you guys think I should just lie.
especially with how corrupt this system is.
Do you seriously think I should just lie?
If you want to get off the not guilty, yes.
I mean, there's nothing else you can really do. It's 3 homicides.
Jamie
Yeah.
kind of taps her foot louder than she would normally and stares at Derek.
Derek turns around, looks at Jamie. Yes.
Jamie quickly starts signing in sign language and then points up. She signs cameras.
Yes, I'm aware of cameras. I'm trying not to say anything too
She taps her ear.
legal. Hearing, yes, also aware of that. The one thing you don't have.
You look around the room and actually, Derek, it would appear that all the cameras in this room are off.
Yep, that's the corrupt system at work.
Nice.
Yep.
Time works in your favor.
I'll spend a Dawn plots point for that.
Woo! Dusk.
Hell yeah.
Dusk is on our side.
Well, whilst I am not the most keen on lying in court, after discussing and looking at all of our different options, it does seem like the best way to get you off not guilty.
Well, one thing we gotta make sure to avoid is not just straight up lying, but more like half-truths and implying things and asking rhetorical questions.
Like stretching the truth and all that.
Exactly.
Oh boy. Oh yeah.
Want to get out of here without having the police force on your ass?
I would love that, but I think I've already got the entire police force on my ass. Minus you. You're on my face, apparently. I can see you.
You can, but sometimes I feel like I can't see myself.
Derek,
What?
please, no, Derek, don't.
The actual fuck are you on about?
Derek, it's not Derek time. Not now.
I'm just trying to make a stupid metaphor. Whatever. It was kind of like face, ass. It's a joke. It's not funny.
Well, if we are going to be doing this for real, I should probably ask you a couple questions.
Oh really? You don't say. All right, shoot. Should I practice lying to you, or should I tell you straight?
Great, please.
All right, I'll do that. She winks.
No. Was the wink for it? Please don't. Please tell us the truth.
It was. Oh wait, you're being. Oh, okay.
So where were you on the night of the murder?
Where was I on the day of the murder? I was murdering.
Oh, don't.
No,
Okay.
you were a. That's not what you say.
Okay, let's ask questions so we can.
I thought I was telling the truth. What the hell do you want from me?
Well, you don't say the entire truth. Okay, fine.
What?
Giuseppe.
I'm so confused.
Giuseppe, just let Derek work his corruption magic.
Flying.
Don't like calling it corruption. I prefer calling it eye-opening.
Well, corruption can be eye-opening, so open my eyes. What's up?
How about you open mine instead? What exactly were you thinking about? Truthfully.
What was that? I couldn't hear you over the cacophonous laughter.
What were you doing on October 7th, like the entire day?
That day started waking up in an alley, wandering around the city for a little bit, getting offered some drugs from a shady guy, taking the drugs from the shady guy, getting on the train, and then bam, you know what happens from there. And I really don't. She like looks around. Honestly, as soon as I stepped foot on that train, I don't remember anything that, except for she like moves around the metal of the doorknob from the outside, opens her cell, steps out for a second. I mean, I remember this. Closes it, steps back in, but I can't exactly tell them about that.
Yeah, that one would be a bit hard to explain.
A little bit. Could chalk it up to incredibly. This shit, by the way. Okay, so you have one, she points at Derek, you have one, she points at Jamie, you have one, you have one, you have one, and I have one.
I have what?
I have one.
I have a what?
The stand thing?
Oh no, I
Dude.
don't have any stand.
Oh, I was told that all of you had one. Whatever.
Okay. Whoa. Who told you, like, all of us had one?
Jordan?
Derek looks at Jordan.
Oh, I thought they said that Derek didn't have one.
Oh, maybe I'm just not remembering shit, but, like, I assumed you all did, because you all seem weird as fuck. Seems to be the thing of people that are weird as fuck. Anyway.
Derek's superpowers that he's sad.
Wow, what a great superpower. My superpower is that I'm hot. Take that.
How
Anyway.
old are you?
18, bitch, old enough.
Oh. Okay, well, there's a couple of things here that I want to go over. First off, you said you don't remember a single thing on the train.
Not really, it's all fuzzy as hell. I remember having a massive sword. I remember cutting some guy's head off that I think was a dragon. You know, standard stuff.
Okay, dragon. Writes down dragon.
Don't write that. Please don't write that down. Why are you writing that down? Oh my god.
Alright, shady person who gave you this shady substance. First off, could you identify this person if you were to see him again?
Nah, probably not. Just looked like some trench coat fucker. Could barely see his face.
A good sense of style, I see.
He had a big ass cloak and a goofy ass hat. That's all I remember.
Right, do you know what you got from him?
Well, I got the 3 vials of trance. He said it was a new legalized drug on the market. Said it'll make me relax with all my problems that I clearly have. Because he saw me sleeping on the side of the street. You know.
Why are you on the side of the street?
Because I have problems.
Oh, we all do. I need to know specifically what those problems are.
Figured you were gonna say that. Okay, so I kind of ran away from home.
Right.
Is that good enough for you, officer?
Oh, actually, why?
What do you need to know about it?
To know every angle they could come at us from, that's why.
Okay, my dad's an alcoholic piece of shit. Abused the hell out of me since I was about 3. And my brother was the only semblance of positivity, and when he turned on me, I just decided to fucking leave.
After hearing all of that, he becomes a little bit more relaxed, and a look comes in his eye of sympathy. And he says, "Do, huh?"
I tried to crash at my best friend's place, but from what I could tell, she doesn't live there anymore.
Who was this friend?
I'm from school. Yeah, she lived with her boyfriend. His name was Lance.
Alright.
Her name was Delilah.
Well, hey there, Delilah.
What?
Nice.
Grace just deadpans at you.
Right. When
I
exactly?
heard that she moved to New York.
They might know the same person.
No shit, really? What? You know her.
I helped, Child Protective Services get her out of a bad home, you know.
Oh. Yeah, that would make sense. Grace gets like 1,000-yard stare for a second.
When exactly did you take the trance?
Took it to get the nerves up to get on the train. Maybe I took it on the train. Fuck, I don't remember, dude. It is one of those two.
Did you
Okay.
sneak onto the train?
Did I sneak onto the train?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't exactly say sneaking is what I did. Did I go onto the train illegally? Yeah.
So you were in the back?
Yeah. Not like I have fucking money to buy a ticket.
Alright, so you the trance right before you got on the train, and what, almost immediately afterwards you just kind of blacked out?
Pretty much.
Strange.
And from what you guys said, I apparently killed 3 people, so that's cool. If it means anything, I didn't mean to kill 3 people.
Well, that will be good to say. You're going to be appearing in front of a jury, so you need to seem as sympathetic as possible for the everyday person.
Grace, looking like absolute shit, turns her head to you and is like, oh yeah, what am I supposed to do? Punch myself in the face 3 times?
Could do that for you.
Don't do that for me.
But if you talk about your circumstances leading up to it, and, you know, about your home life, it might help, and...
Tell them that this city is shit, that my family was shit. Everything I've goddamn known was shit. Yeah, maybe. But they're from Electros. All the people here know is shit. Unless the jury's from international folk. Maybe I could sway someone like that, but...
Oh, actually, I do have one more question. This doesn't actually relate to the case, but... Stand. When did you get it?
I'll be honest, I have no idea. I didn't even think it was real, so probably sometime while I was high off my fucking rocker. That's my best guess. Why? Wait, do you get these things? Are these like things that are given? How do you get these things? She looks at you completely confused.
You don't just buy them from a store.
As far as I know, you all can only get them once they, either from birth or if they extreme emotion overcomes you, it awakens.
Okay, so someone in their shittiest spot they've ever been in their life say that, maybe I'd get it then.
Yes, that
So why
would be
the fuck didn't I get it when I was at my dad's house?
I wonder if... This wouldn't make any sense, I don't think, but I wonder if it has something to do with the drug.
Trans?
Maybe. I'm not too familiar with how this drug works, but it is certainly possible, is it not?
I don't think so. Trance doesn't do that to people.
I don't know jack about trans. It's just some shit this guy told me.
Do you think it could have just been not trans? Because obviously from everything that happened, there's a good chance that that was not trans. I don't think they would put that kind of thing on the market.
You say that, yet here we are in this city.
Trance is on the market. It's
But if
legal.
trans made you so high that you didn't know when you were murdering people, I don't think it would exactly be widespread.
Well,
There
I
would be a
mean,
lot more.
she did empty an entire syringe into herself, so...
2 of them. She
2.
looks at you.
So, yes, that. I
Oh.
don't think that that's supposed to be a thing that happens when you overdose on drugs.
Jordan, like, sort of punches Joichiro in the shoulder.
What? I did it in
Sorry,
the
do you
heat of the
remember the
moment.
time where you stopped the train and we all went flying?
At least I did not try to fucking kill someone with a drug overdose.
Alright,
Oh, we
ladies,
could try to
ladies,
go
we're
over
all
the
fucking
train.
terrible. Let's get back to the topic. What were you saying about trans?
I was just saying that, well, I don't think something of that drastic of an overdose effect, or effect in general, would be as widely available. Even if this place is corrupt, it's... Again, they're taking your case very seriously. If the drug did that for other people, if it was a normal thing, then they wouldn't be as dramatic about this whole case, right?
What do you mean dramatic? I killed 3 people. It's not well, okay, it's dramatic. That's what the case is about.
Yes, but you killed 3 people because you took those drugs. If trans did that, where it made
They
you
don't know that.
Okay, but if Trans didn't do that, right, then I just killed 3 people. How is that better?
It's not. It's worse.
I'm just saying that it might not have been trans.
That's what we need to. I mean, bottom line is we should push the fact that the only reason you killed those people were because of what the drug did to you, right? And I mean, if the drug is legally available, then isn't that not really your fault?
I'm the one that put it in my arm, but I guess.
Yes, there is no law against you putting it in your arm. In fact, society has welcomed you to do so, if not encouraged you to do so.
You saying we can blame society on this?
No, but merely the fact that the drug was legalized. We can blame the drug on it.
I don't think that's a smart idea. People who make that drug are not going to take that lying down.
Yeah, then wouldn't they want to, kinda silent us? And Giuseppe makes a choking motion.
I mean,
Go to prison for life, or step out of the courtroom and immediately get assassinated. The lovely 2 options you've given me.
As long as we don't blame the drug for it, or the people who make the drug shouldn't get assassinated.
How do we blame the drug without blaming the drug, then?
Not blaming anyone.
We say it's not trans. Because it probably wasn't.
Okay. So that's a stupid plan, but sure, we'll do that. Fuck, I'm gonna die.
Only if, the system was highly corrupt and judge or the, prosecution or the jury is in any way biased, or if a untrained lawyer doesn't know how to do his lawyer job, or any of the witnesses, mess up.
Derek, just...
Yeah, so it'll go perfectly fine. Maeve brings you up to the 2nd floor. Okay, you should have about 20 minutes to talk to her. That work for you, Derek?
Yeah, that works. It shouldn't take too long.
Alright, I'll stay outside so if Dawn comes by, she doesn't know you're in here. She thinks it's me.
I see.
Just be quick.
Like I said, the good ones, Eve.
Yeah. Take that to heart. She stands in front of the door. Derek, you see Shangdi?
Hey, Shangdi, you awake?
Spot as awake as I can be. And for what? What do you want?
I opened this door. You're gonna attack me and try and escape?
Obviously. No, I'm not going to attack you. What, with all the entire police force on me ass?
Yeah, right.
They couldn't take my broom, though. She grabs the broom that's been tied together with, like, tape. Wouldn't let them take it off my hands.
Of course not. I see you've grown attached to that broom.
I wouldn't say attached, more so it's my only form of self-defense. She holds the broom up.
Eric takes out his gun from his holster and places it in his lap as he... Actually, no, he just kind of places it on the floor as he leans against the bars. Says, "It's my piece of self-defense, too."
Interesting. What's this? A peace offering?
Yeah, away. Andy, you control the street sweepers, correct?
Aye, that I do.
Their leader, you tell them to do something and they do it?
More or less. My boys ain't the smartest, but they get the job done one way or another.
Alright. Getting into some place we might need a little bit of help. And I think you, with your connections, could help us out with it.
Oh, you want me to send you contact information for Slim Jim Babimbos? Just sitting on down by the streets and want to help you out a little bit with sweeping up your problems. I guess I could say I could do something of that sort. What exactly are you getting at?
All I'm asking is this. Eric takes out a piece of paper that's folded, written something on it, and goes ahead and hands it to Shangdi.
Alright. She opens it and reads it.
You can do that.
It'd be a bit difficult from prison, but I think I could work something out.
And I both know that you being in prison, if anything, it only helps you.
Bingo. Now, someone of my sort could perform an organized crime, what you call it? A moment, an incident, is something to get me in here. I know, this time I was actually just caught, but, could be worse. She swings her feet up onto the cot.
Could be worse, yeah, but both know you're not staying in here for long.
Oh, no. Says aren't befitting of a lady.
Of course not. Especially not as one as prestigious as yourself.
You try and flattery. It won't work.
Flattery, no. It's the truth.
Uh-huh. Alright, well, you keep your flattery right where your mouth is. I'll get your job done for you. My boys are trustworthy. Again, like I said, a little bit of knuckleheads, but nothing that you won't be able to deal with.
Of course. And I'm assuming you'll want some kind of repayment for this.
Yes. Protection from certain areas of the city, districts where blind eyes turned, police investigation stops, you know, the like.
I have a better idea.
Oh, really?
A little bit closer to Shangdi and leans in a little bit. How about leave all of that for you and more?
Ask what you're getting at.
You know what? How about we call this whole thing a favor for a favor, but instead, favor or Emily. Shangdi Brando.
You know I don't do favors for family, right? But, oh, you're just so good with words. I could make an exception for once.
Thank you. Well, with that, see you around, cousin.
Don't get caught too deep in the dirt, Derek.
Afraid it's a bit too late for that one.
You just hear as she spins the broomstick around left clockwise, right counterclockwise in one of her hands.
Eric knocks on the door.
Maeve opens the door up and just lets you out. Did it go well?
Yeah.
Got everything you wanted?
Say what you did well. Everything I needed.
Alright. They're none the wiser. Just get going, and if they don't see you over here, they'll won't think twice of it.
Right. Again, Maeve.
Have a good day, Derek.
You.
So, the immediate day following the talk in the police cell with Shangdi and Grace, we come to Pinion in Electros City as Derek Coffin opens the front doors of the Pinion courtroom.
Who the fuck is that? Who is that? No. I swear
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Spots fucking loose and is like. One person could outduel me.
Why the fuck is he here?
Don't worry about it.
Hold on,
Don't
I'm just
worry
gonna
about it.
hold on. I need to do something real quick. I'm just gonna.
Luce is a cross-dimensional
A
being.
hand goes on your shoulder and you pull back. No, not now, not now.
Oh, I swear to God.
I know, not now.
Good, I'm good, I'm good.
Just behave, Derek.
Mm.
I know you're not good at that. Try your best. Derek, you walk up. You see Grace sitting there, waiting. Everyone else on the viewing podium.
You go there, and as you step up to your side, you see the opposing lawyer, the opposing attorney, come out.
Yep,
No.
called it.
Steps out,
Of course.
sets a cup of coffee down, takes out a salt shaker, and begins salting his coffee.
What?
See, as Derek sets his coffee down, looks into it, adds a couple more of just black, straight-up coffee beans, and then just drinks it.
Both of you lock eyes while taking a sip of your coffee. You notice afterwards he starts chewing a little bit. He did not wait for the salt to dissolve.
Oh my god.
I start chewing the beans.
Neither person is intimidated by the other. This is all for nothing.
Grace sips her water, very self-conscious. So Derek, behind you, as you're enthralled by this man and his coffee cup, immediately you hear just a cavalcade of footfalls as this door opens and a bunch of people step out, talking to each other, and step up into the jury podium and sit down in their seats.
Holy
Oh
fuck.
my
Oh,
god!
damn.
Remember how I said I had a big art? Yeah, it was
Ah!
Yeah.
That's them! That's all of them!
These characters from other campaigns.
Yeah, it's all from
Maybe.
all.
And this one gets to wear a helmet indoors during court. Don't worry about it.
It's completely normal.
Yeah, that's completely normal.
At this point, you hear, or you see, you look over to the audience. You see Dawn and two other officers that you know. She gives you a look. You're not really sure what type of look it is, but you've known Dawn for long enough to think that it's probably a good luck look. She looks in your direction and nods.
Derek also nods, but like very hesitantly. And it's like, yeah.
She's slightly proud of you, yeah.
At least someone is.
And then you hear, before you see anyone at the top of the map, please.
Okay.
You hear a,
Go.
No, I didn't want it just like that. Yes, no, it's fine. It's fine.
is my hair good?
Brilliant. I've wondered. Lovely. Yes. Spotting. Thank you, Jenkins. Now, get out of my way.
The door is burst open as a man steps through.
Oh my god!
There he is.
There's the wang!
No, what?
What a
The
beautiful
wang.
design.
I can't fucking believe this.
There we are.
He takes a steps around, steps down. Pretend there's a staircase there. There totally is.
He leaps off the
You
side.
Leaps off. No, yeah, perfect. He leaps off, and as he's leaping off, he grabs a pillow from underneath, places it down, and lands promptly in his seat, catching the attention of the entire room.
Perfect. Yes, for the court case of Zeppeli vs. Electros. I'm Justice Jeremiah Wrong, and I will be overseeing this case. Gentlemen, if you would please introduce yourselves.
He motions first to Derek.
Derek stands up out of his chair, looking around and says, the name's Derek Coffin, a police officer.
Yes, and who you're representing?
Oh, yeah. Derek, question. Has Grace expressed to Derek in any way that she wishes to be called Grace?
Yes, dear Lord, God,
Hey,
yes.
I'm gonna be representing Grace Apelli.
Wonderful. Exquisite.
Sits back down.
There's a polite, clap from the jury.
The man across stands up, straightens his tie, and says, "Father Ignorance," and then sits back down.
You didn't say who you're representing. I'm pretty sure it's a thing you have to do.
You represent one side, I represent the other. It's easy to figure out.
I mean, you say that, but I had to introduce Grace. You know, Ignorance. Always been a real...
I represent the city of Electros. Takes a sip of his coffee.
We're gathered here to see the hearing of Miss Grace Giuseppe, who's been charged in 3 counts of manslaughter aboard the Electros Express. Gentlemen, if you'd please, proceed.
Oh my god.
Now, this bizarre field represents the entire case. Everything pertaining to Grace, and everything going on in this trial. As you play this game, as I've outlined to you, there will be 8 witnesses. 4 for Derek, 4 for Ignorance. At the end of each round, you will be given a free monologue about the case. If there are any opposed brains rolls or other scenarios that should occur throughout the case, you are also welcome to monologue.
Father Ignorance, if you could please present the case.
Calling to the witness stand the first witness.
Jordan, Jamie, Giuseppe, Joichiro, underneath you guys, the door swings open. There's a brilliant golden light and the slightest bit of smoke as a man stands, looking over his shoulder, hand clasped in front of his eye. You can only see one of his eyes as he stands there in the open doorway.
God damn it, I knew it!
There he is!
Fucking god damn it!
That goes to secret action. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Better fucking
If
not!
only.
Oh my god!
Riviera Large walks in. Only Derek and just Joichiro vaguely remember this man from the train, this nondescript man who got royally wrecked by Derek.
As he's walking up, Derek just says, "Hey, how's your mom?"
Riviera seems to grit his teeth and ignore that. As he sits down at the podium. Good evening, ladies, gentlemen. Derek.
Father Ignorance.
Large.
Ignorance, not really looking over at Mr. Large. Just kind of looks down, reads a few things. State your name.
My name is Riviera Large, sir.
Where were you on the night of October 7th?
I was on the Electros Express in the dining car.
Was anything suspicious while you were eating?
Oh, yeah. Like, you'd have to be deaf to not hear it. The whole train started bouncing up and down. And you know, I was, just sitting there, enjoying my meal. And I saw somebody outside of the train. On it. On top of it. None other than Grace Giuseppe.
And for how long did you see this figure?
Oh, not very long. She kind of jumped down onto the train after that. And went on, presumably, the murderous rampage that we know she went on.
Good. Yes. All right. No further questions.
Very well. Derek, your defense, cross-examination of Mr. Large.
Your Honor, is it alright if I step down from this podium?
From the case, you can walk around, sir, but Stepping down now would be a bit a bad taste.
And I approach the front.
Yes, you may.
Eric gets up at his feet and gets down.
Grace is like tapping her fingers nervously, looking down at you.
Oh, Mr. Large. Seem to recall that we talked to each other on the train, correct?
Oh, let me rack my brain. Maybe. There was a lot of people on that train, but...
Okay. Well, in that case, there's a chance we could have spoken. Tell me, where exactly were you sitting in the dining car?
Where was I sitting?
At a chair in the dining car about midway through. Just
Midway.
ordered my sushi. Yes.
Okay. So, the first question I want to ask you is, how exactly did you see my client, Grace, jump down onto the train if you were midway through the cart? She crashed through the window, perhaps?
I didn't see her break any windows, no. It was just... saw her on top of the train. You know.
Oh, you saw her on top of the train. Another question, Mr. Large. Do you have X-ray vision?
No, sir. I just didn't look around is all. I'm very perceptive, you know?
Okay. So, we're so perceptive that you were able to look through the metal of the roof of the train and see my client on top of it.
No, I just kind of stuck my head out the window and looked around and saw.
Oh, you stuck your head out the window. You didn't mention that. And Father Ignorance was questioning you.
Why bother? Saw her on top of the train. That was the important part.
Okay. Alright. Let's leave this to rest for a moment then.
Mr. Coffin, are you suggesting that Mr. Large did not see Grace on top of the train?
I'm not trying to insinuate anything just yet. I'm simply just asking some questions about how exactly you saw my client.
Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, you stuck your head out of the train in order to see the client on top of it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, alright. Mr. Large, could you please tell me the exact thing you saw? As in, let me clarify a little bit. Do you directly identify my client as the person on top of the train?
Oh yeah, she was wearing, that silly hat of hers. Had this big old wicked piece of metal, looked like a spear. And, what else was she wearing? Something flowy.
Okay.
You got it.
I can't fucking believe this.
Singular droplet of sweat.
I love to imagine that we're all just staring at Joichiro and he's just like, fuck.
I'm imagining Grace could probably interject here with something else.
Yeah.
Okay. She kind of holds a hand out. For the record, I never went on top of the train.
Interesting. If you never went on top of the train, then how exactly did Mr. Large see you there?
Maybe I didn't remember right, I don't know.
Well, it seemed obvious to me that it was her. Who else would it have been?
It was obvious to you, but didn't you just say there was a lot of people on the train and that you could barely remember if we had spoken to each other?
Well, yes, but now it's coming back to me. You're the one that made the funny "your mom" joke at me. I remember you.
Yes, so now you remember. Okay. This question. At night of October 7th, the conditions were rainy, correct, Mr. Large?
Yeah.
And at the time you and I spoke on the train, at the time you presumably saw my client, was night, correct?
Yeah.
So, on a dark and stormy night, you stuck your head outside the window while the rain was pelting your face, and just to get an accurate picture of the person on top of the train.
Yes, I did, sir. Okay, look, just because I have a weird habit doesn't mean you can make fun of me for liking the rain.
No, I'm not making fun of you at all. Not whatsoever. But you do agree that it could, in fact, be possible that the rain in your face and it being dark could and perhaps impede your vision.
Well, then who was on top of the train? If not her.
I don't believe that I have to actually solve that, do I? Maybe when I go back to my job as the detective, I can. That's not what this case is about, Your Honor.
Point taken.
Oh, Mr. Large, do you agree with me that your vision could have been impeded?
I could see it, yeah.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Large, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, that's it.
Very well.
Fiera stands up and starts stepping away, and as he does, you swear you hear him scoff as he steps back through the door.
There you go.
Alright,
There you go.
monologue time.
Congratulations, your tutorial is over.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Derek's gonna go ahead and monologue inside of his mind. God damn it. Fucking Joichiro.
And just to get this clear, your monologue is that Joichiro was the one he saw on top of the train? You're correct.
Joichiro.
Oh gosh.
Excellent. Good points on both sides. Derek Coffin, could you please call your first witness to the podium?
Yes, of course, Your Honor. I'd like to call forth Jordan Giovagna.
She goes through these doors. She comes out these doors. She walks over. Buongiorno, padre.
You walk past Father Ignorance, who has begun salting his coffee once again.
Yeah, and she totally says, "Hello, father," in Italian.
Father Ignorance nods as you walk past.
And she gets up to the witness podium.
Jordan, behind you, you hear something. You hear just...
I turn around to hear what is obviously a fucking snake.
There's nothing there.
You hear just kind of a shuffle of papers, and you do notice Wrong leans his head over and looks down at you, Jordan.
Oh, yes?
I'm just wondering, is everything quite alright?
Oh, yes, I just thought I heard something, and, you know, it is okay, though. By the way, I must say, not to make it weird, but I love the color of your hair. It is lovely.
Oh god, don't encourage him, Jordan, no.
You notice his cheeks turn a color of pink for a second. He like swipes down the sweat beading on his forehead, and he just kind of looks to the side.
Oh god, I never considered the option of Jordan seducing the judge.
Do not seduce the wig!
Wait, no, absolutely do it.
Coffin, Mr. Coffin. Yes.
Yes.
Take it at ease, madame.
He looks down at Jordan.
If you could please. Your witness?
You're gonna also notice Jordan, Grace leans her head around and is just like, holds up her hands like a, thank you for being here.
She gives her a little wink and the okay symbol.
Oh. That seems to put her very at ease. More at ease than she was. Kind of stressing out.
Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I have to thank you for coming to work today. I know you have a very busy schedule.
Oh, well, anything to make time for, justice.
Yes, justice indeed. First question to you is, how do you know Grace Zappelli?
Oh, well, Grace, I don't really know her personally outside of this case and the events that happened in the train. Um, all I really know is I saw her passed out and, well, she seemed very out of it and, well, I saw someone and I thought, oh, I need to help. So I helped her and nursed her back to health in a cabin of the train.
Okay.
But other than that, she is a complete stranger to me.
Alright. A complete stranger. Alright. So, just to clarify for everyone here, you would not be biased any which way in this case, correct?
No, not at all.
Good. I just wanted to get that out there. Next question would be from you talking to Grace and nursing her. How exactly would you characterize her? And what I mean by that is, you believe that Grace could kill 3 people.
Oh, no, not at all. She was completely out of it. She was very, very pale and she had burn marks on her. And, oh, the poor thing, I thought she may not have eaten in the past couple of days. I only felt pity for her and just the knowledge that I needed to help such a delicate young little flower as her.
Interesting that you used the words delicate and flower. I have a question about that, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, physically, Grace could have taken down 3 full adults, almost all of which were male?
Well, not to say that I don't support female empowerment, because I definitely do, but just realistically, no, I don't think so. Whilst I'm sure Grace is a very strong and independent woman, I do not think that she would have had the physical capacity to, well, kill 3 adult men.
And with you nursing her back to health, you did get a good look at her physique, correct?
Yes, and she is, while she is a above average height woman, she is still very on the thinner side and does not exactly pertain a lot of muscle mass.
Of course. I'm sure Grace takes no offense to any of this. Simply facts.
Grace smiles and nods. None at all.
Grace is wanting murder.
Yeah.
I'm like, as we say that, I look over to her with the face of, I'm sorry.
Also, I don't know if I described this, but Grace doesn't have her hat on. She has her hair combed back in like a fucking comb over. She's wearing like one of those suit dress combos. It's like both at the same time.
Go!
Yes!
She looks oddly put together, and there's makeup over her black eyes, so it doesn't look like she has a black eye.
Oh, dude, Grace is looking fucking schmexy. Let's go.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
I'm assuming Derek looks exactly the same.
Yes, absolutely.
He is not changed.
In fact, it might be worse because he was studying and getting ready for this.
Yeah. Hey, Jordan.
Mhm.
I would like you to make a brains roll to convince the judge.
Okay.
Justice Wrong just kind of looks over at Grace. And then kind of nods.
Well, then, my last question for you, Jordan, is: did you see Grace Zappelli, my client, murder anyone?
Oh, no, not at all. I hadn't seen anything like that happen the entire time I was there. Again, just to preface, the only time I ever saw Grace was, well, when I saw her on the ground at the back of the train.
Further questions?
Further ignorance. Your gross examination, sir.
Father Ignorant stands up, walks over. Jordan,
Yes?
You say that you dressed Grace's
Guys, that
wound.
was a fucking brains roll, fucking monologue.
Oh, right.
I swear to God.
Katie, don't
Oh!
give them tips.
Yeah, if that was a roll, we could monologue. Damn,
Yes, you
facts.
can. Yes, you can. That was why I was giving you a roll there.
I think that whatever the hell that sound I just heard and that paper flutter, I think that there is already an enemy stand at work here.
There is already an enemy stand at work here.
Well, let me preface out enemy just in case you want to get me on that. But yeah, there is a stand in this room somewhere, and it's already at work.
That isn't one of ours.
That is not one of ours.
Your wording of enemy would have probably gotten it caught up a little bit. There is a stand at play here.
There is a stand, right?
There is a stand that you are unaware of present. That's correct.
Mm-hmm. But that's not enough to get a point down, is it?
No, it is.
Aha!
Woo!
All right,
Yep,
cool.
definitely
Now I'm ready
is.
for Father Ignorance.
You dressed Grace's wounds, yes?
Yes, I did.
How far did those wounds go down?
Down where exactly?
Where were they?
Oh, let me try to remember. The burn marks were on the side of her arms, and she had some bruising. It was mainly on the torso part of her body. Her leg, I think, had a bruise as well, but mainly the main part that I was concerned about was the burn marks on her, which were all on the right side of her body.
The entire right side?
No, it was mainly just of her arm.
Good to note. Now, we are all aware that Grace prefers to be called Grace, but while you were dressing her down, what is her biological sex?
Well, she was assigned male at birth, so she is a male biologically.
So, you say that a girl would not be able to take down 3 other men with that as one of the points.
Well, no, it was not that the girl couldn't. It was that Grace and her physique would not. Your Father Ignorance. Yes, but I do see what you're saying.
No further questions. That is it. Father Ignorance sits back down, looks at the judge, takes a sip of coffee. Chew, chew, chew.
Ew.
Justice Wrong looks at Ignorance and just nods, looking down.
Please, Giovagna. You are excused, unless you have more to add.
No, Your Honor. That is all.
Very well.
As she walks by Father, she again one time she says "Padre" as she nods her head down.
He nods in response.
End of a round. Free monologue.
I wonder if. No. Could it possibly be that the possible stand here is the stand of Father Ignorance?
So your monologue is that there is a stand at play, and that stand is Father Ignorance's stand.
Yeah, that the stand that I had previously referred to, which we confirmed that there is a stand at play, that stand belongs to Father Ignorance.
Okay, I'm gonna say something very specific here, and watch my words. You are partially correct.
Ah. Partially correct.
Partially.
Yeah.
Very well. Will the prosecution, please? Pull up their next witness.
I will call to the stand Mr. Lance Forge.
There is a moment where you see Grace. Her eyes go wide at that name. She looks at Father Ignorance. She looks at the judge. She looks at Derek in a moment of like, it can't.
Derek just puts like a hand up and calm down.
And you see a man step through the door.
Ah, but of course.
He walks with a lackadaisical swagger. He looks like he might have just been chewing on bubblegum or something worse, because he's still got that pocked cheek, if you will. He swings the chair, he sits in it sideways, puts a foot up on the table, and looks across at you.
State your name in relation to the accused.
Well, my name's Lance Forge. I was his childhood friend.
Has Miss Zappelli been known to have violent outbursts or get overly aggressive in the past?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Not be calm, nice, or say gentle?
No, I wouldn't say a lick of niceness in his body. He's like chewing on his fingernail. Grace has clearly shrunk 3 sizes smaller into her chair.
Has Miss Zappelli been known to do drugs?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Father Ignorance kind of taps the table and says, "If I may present some evidence found at the scene of the crime."
You notice the police officers shuffle around a little bit. This man holds a package out, hands it to Dawn. Dawn shrugs and stands up. And takes a few steps over. And comes to this podium here in the center. And places down on the podium 3 syringes.
These 3 syringes, Father Ignorance goes and picks up one. They're in bags. And walks over. Do these look similar?
Violet trans? That's pretty similar.
He walks back over and places it back down. These 3 were found in the back of the train, next to corpses. They had Father Ignorance motions forward towards Grace, Miss Zappelli's DNA on them.
Dawn stands back up before the judge. We would also like to say that the vials were given a substance report at the station. They came back and tested positive for traces of the drug known as trans, Your Honor.
Tyler.
She quickly goes and sits back down.
No further questions.
Alright, cool. Lance leans back.
Mr. Ford, keep it together. Defense, do you have any questions to give, Mr. Ford?
Oh, yes, I do. Firstly, he's going to turn towards Mr. Forge, say, "Oh, Mr. Forge, when was the last time you had contact with Grace?"
I want to say back in August. Back at that party. Yeah.
Party? What happened at this party?
Oh, yeah, no, just a bunch of kids hanging out. Doing as kids do.
And by that you mean...
Drinking, debauchery, you name it. It was there.
Alright. Would drugs be at this party?
Yep. I don't have to say that it's all legal stuff, right? 'Cause
No,
it certainly
I'm not
wasn't all
concerned
legal
about that.
stuff.
Alright. Well, I mean, in a matter who knows at a party. I myself, like to go out every once in a while and hit up the town, as kids say. Tell me, Mr. Forge, do you also like to party?
Time to time, I guess.
And at any of these parties you've been to, have you ever taken any of these drugs?
I would say that I have. Why?
Because you did say that Grace was in fact taking substances while you two interacted, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And you two would take these drugs together, yes?
Normally.
Are you younger or older than Grace?
We went to school at the same place. We're the same age.
Right? How exactly did you two become friends?
I don't fucking know. Sometimes you just put two people in a room and they start talking. One person says, hey, let's play a game. They play a game and then bam, friends. Does it really mean Jack?
That by itself, no, not at all. To ask you a question though, Mr. Forge, your two's relationships, who would have been considered the more dominant one, I suppose?
Dominant one?
Who called the shots or, instigated more plans or activities?
That would have probably been Ruby. But why? Why are you asking?
Oh, you're saying that you, Grace, and this Ruby character would go out and party and take drugs, correct?
Occasionally, yeah. It wasn't our life or anything, man, but it happened.
Right? And Ruby being the more dominant one, you two were the more submissive, correct?
Is this some sort of a weird sex metaphor?
Not at all.
Okay, sure. Sure, let's use your funny terminology, sure.
Okay. So, I have another question for you, Mr. Forge. Were you at any point pressured into taking these drugs or to go up?
I like to think that I have a strong enough head on my shoulders to not do anything as stupid as get onto a train under the influence. So, no. I don't think I was.
Was Grace?
As far as I can tell. He was always, like, hesitant, but in my best guess, no, but that's a guess, so.
See. To focus on that word you used, hesitant. As to say that time when you knew Grace was not the one actively seeking out these drugs.
Not at the time, no. Not really.
And they were mostly provided to her.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we can leave that line of questioning alone for now. You said you last saw Grace in August. Exactly did that interaction go like? You said you were partying, but
how it went? Well, for starters, I'm no longer friends with the defendant. Let's just get that out on the table first. It's like any other night, but I don't know. They were just being a shithead the whole night. Didn't want any more of that stuff around, so Ruby kicked them out.
What were they being upset about, specifically?
Some hopelessness, some depressive shit. I don't remember exactly what. I was lightly buzzed at the time.
Okay. And when Ruby kicked Grace out, do you have any problems with that?
No, not really.
So, to restate Morris and Grace's relationship, you two became friends for no real reason, out partying, and when Grace asked you, she presumed was her friend, for help dealing with some kind of mental disorder.
That's not what it was. She was just being an ass.
I wasn't done
blaming
talking.
me for
You and the rest of your friends decided to kick her to the curb, correct?
Not in the way you worded it, no.
Did you describe it a different way?
when someone comes in and starts saying you're the biggest problem in your life, you don't really want to deal with that type of a thing. I wasn't dealing with any depression.
And you are a certified and professional psychologist, correct?
Got him. Good show.
You see this man leaning on the chair.
Father Ignorance, for the first time, looks at Derek and says, "What does this have to do with anything?"
I am simply establishing the relationship between the witness and the accused.
That was already done.
So drilling us a point here. What are you trying to get at, Mr. Coffin?
I'm trying to get at, Your Honor, that perhaps there's some bias here, with the fact that the last time they saw each other, they did not leave on good terms. And in fact, it seems like at that point, they aren't even happy around each other.
Yeah, so what does good terms have to do with it? It's not like I'm lying about him.
Of course not. You would never. Especially you being on the stand.
The hell?
Perjury, if you would.
It's alright. Alright. Don't get at each other's throats now. Be civil.
Of course, Your Honor.
You definitely noticed, Derek, that he's staring daggers at Lance at this moment.
I have another question.
Okay. Say it.
You say that Grace used to be violent, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Has Grace always been violent, or was it a recent thing, or was this a thing that happened long in the past?
You know, the type to go to punches quickly, rough people up, that sort of thing. Violence over words.
Okay.
It's the reason we didn't really want to talk with her that much.
Hold on for a moment. You said that you two were friends for a while, correct? At least, proximity-wise.
Uh-huh.
And you didn't talk to them very much?
I said I didn't want to.
And you've said before that you're a person who isn't, pressured into things.
Yeah, what are you getting at?
So if you didn't want to talk to Grace, and you're not one to be pressured into doing anything, you most likely did not talk to Grace all that much.
Can I interject something here?
Of course.
Go ahead.
The reason he didn't want to talk to anyone was Ruby's fault. Because they were a thing. Grace does 2 big quotation marks.
Interesting. Okay. Well, of course, Ruby is not in this room at the moment, and as far as I'm aware, not a part of this case. I just want to clarify just that you were involved with this Ruby character, correct?
Lance sighs.
Yeah.
And you said that Ruby was the one who kicked Grace out.
Yep.
In that case, I only have one final question, I suppose. And Ruby being involved, and with Ruby wanting to kick Grace out due to being the most fun to hang out around, you not wanting to talk to them all that much, somewhat being forced to, I suppose. You honestly believe that you could give an accurate representation of Grace's personality, I suppose.
Yes, I do. If I may, opinions like that don't just form out of not knowing someone well.
Oh, that's just to restate. You did not like Grace, correct? Not wanting to talk to her.
No, I don't.
You believe that gives you no bias whatsoever.
It
You
gives
not
me...
like the defendant, actually kicking them out of your group.
I still don't see why that has anything to do with whether or not she's an angry person.
Just clarifying if there's any kind of bias here.
On the statements I've made, no. I'm not trying to say she's a shitty person. That would be biased. I'm saying we got mad a lot.
Right?
Do you have any more questions, Mr. Coffin?
He is going to walk over to right here, say to the judge, one last truly final question. You do recognize these syringes, yes, Mr. Forge?
Recognizes, and I know that they're trans files, yeah.
And you know this because you have taken this before, yes?
Yes, I have.
Oh. How many of you have tried trance before?
Is this relevant, Mr. Coffin?
To the case, yes.
Wrong seems to be wrapping his fingers, but he lets you continue.
How many of you? What do you mean by you?
How about everyone in this room, perhaps? The audience, members of the jury, guards, anyone.
When the jury start just looking back and forth.
Any, if any, raise their hands.
What's the chances that one person raises their hands? Pretty high, yeah? Maybe?
Yeah, probably like maybe 3, 4 people, probably.
Yeah, let's say that.
Alright. Derek's going to continue with, now please lower your hand if you have gone on a murderous rampage.
All the hands are down!
All of them go down!
Except for one, curiously.
Mr. Skies!
Except for Mr. Skies! who then quickly lowers it immediately after. I'm just kidding, that doesn't happen, but...
Thing is how else has gone on a murderous rampage. I do admit that trance might not be the most, let's say, ethical drug on the market, and that's just my personal opinion. However, it doesn't seem like it causes anyone to go completely psycho. No further questions.
Very well. Mr. Forge, is there anything else you would like to say? Just for the record that I'm not biased. Doesn't have to be from a good place to see an angry lunatic when you know an angry lunatic.
He puts his head down and doesn't look at Grace as he leaves. Third monologue.
He was absolutely exaggerating her drug use.
You're saying that Lance exaggerated Grace's drug use?
Yeah, specifically that he was lying about her using trance before, because she said that she hadn't used trance before.
He didn't say that she'd used trance. You are incorrect.
But he did what?
He said that she's used drugs.
Yep.
Similar to trance.
He never said that she'd used trance before.
Oh my god.
He was not lying.
I'd like to call Giuseppe Kujo to the stand.
Mr. Giuseppe Kujo.
Giuseppe, thank you for coming here. On the train coming to Electros, what exactly did you see?
Well, I first saw 2 individuals, Jordan and Jamie. That's, I sat next to them. We talked about, why we're going to Electros. And then, well, I saw you. And I greeted you.
Yes, just to hurry this along, what are the major things you saw the train?
There was a couple of bumps that, well, I guess the train was accelerating at a very fast rate. The conductor was dead when we went to go investigate it, and well, after that, man in a figure, didn't know his name, just told us to go check the back. Went to go check the back. There was Grace with 2 other dead individuals with heat everywhere and controls out of whack.
We'll get this question out of the way for now. Did you see Grace kill anyone?
Oh, no, not at all.
And you said that you went, you went to the conductor's car, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Grace there?
No. There was no sign of Grace.
Did you see any evidence that might imply that Grace had been there?
No, none whatsoever. Just a bunch of blood.
And stated before that you saw Grace at the back with the two deceased.
Yes.
On your way to the back, did you perhaps see Grace at all? Anywhere?
No, actually, rather, when we were going to the back, the doors, the two doors to the back caboose were shut. They were somehow locked, and, well, I was able to pry them open using other metal outside devices, and were able to open up the doors. They were very shut tight. Actually, I believe, no offense to Miss Grace, but if someone of her, well, physique and stature, I believe she could not have opened those doors yet or locked the doors.
So, with Grace not being able to close those doors or jam them
Yes,
herself,
exactly.
do you have any idea what else might have caused the jamming of the doors?
I would definitely. I'm no expert, but I would definitely say that some electronical failure due to, well, the car being heated to such a high degree that it would have malfunctioned and, well, locked people out as sort of a failsafe to contain any sort of, I guess, explosion that might have occurred or some incident, since there's two engines, one in the front and one in the back.
See, of course, neither you or I are any train experts, but your guess as to why. To follow up on that, just to provide any sort of idea as to what happened, you mentioned the controls were, quote, out of whack. What exactly do you mean by that?
Oh, well, at the front, the controls to stop the train were damaged. Like, something must have, I guess, smashed them, basically. And, well, in the back, when we tried to, press certain buttons, it didn't function until we got the right one. You know what I mean? It was very, very poor design.
Just to go over everything, you did not see Grace at the front of the car. You did not see her anywhere on the way to the back. You do not believe that she could have jammed the door closed herself, and the controls were broken, correct?
Yes.
And last but not least, you did not see Grace kill anyone.
No.
Further questions?
Father ignorance. Just at this point, he just unscrews the cap of the salt and then just dumps a little in.
Jesus fucking Christ.
We're taking another sip. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Sets down his cup. Mr. Kujo, he stands here, still facing this direction.
Yes.
So, you did not see Grace murder anyone at the back of the train.
No.
However, what you did see was you went into a train with no clear entrance, since you say the door was jammed so well. And inside there were two dead people and one alive person.
Yes. Wait. I opened the door with metal, with like a piece of metal. I said it was an external device that I used.
That is not what I am narrowing in on. I am narrowing in on what you found when you opened it.
Okay. Yes, there were two dead bodies, and then there was Grace.
Did you see anyone else in there? Anyone else who could have murdered the two people?
No.
Because unless I am missing something about human biology, humans do not just explode.
I never said that they exploded, though.
Yes, however, he holds up the forensics report. The report shows that they didn't just die of heart attacks, they were dismembered.
Okay.
Blood and guts everywhere, and one person who didn't have blood and guts everywhere, who was still conscious.
Not I conscious was a hard, I guess, description. She was half, I guess, not really. She was kind of frolicking around, like she was very loopy.
So 2 dead people, 1 loopy person who did not attack.
I mean, yes, that is correct.
He holds up a different piece of paper and says, well, a report found that it wasn't just 2 people's blood on the scene. There were quite a few different people's bloods on the scene. One of which, he does a 90-degree heel turn towards you, and you feel like you're being stared at from the front and the back, was yours.
Well, Father Ignorance, the quite crazy thing about how, injuries occur, especially one trying to pry open a shut door in a very, very, very hot room, is that you're probably going to get injured. So, I mean, I find it very likely that I got cut because, well, trying to pry a door even with a crowbar is very hard. And I used an improvised device.
Mr. Kujo, likely or certain?
Certainly.
Words.
Certainly.
And where did this piece of metal go? It was not found at the scene.
I do not believe that it is our job to find your evidence.
He turns to Derek. If this was not found at the scene, there is no evidence to even support that his claim is true.
I mean, it was quite the stressful situation, and I wouldn't expect, to... I don't know, I threw the thing away. Afterwards, it was like, why do I still have this? It just kind of... and it was gone. I didn't really expect much of it.
So, he looks back at you. Well then, who did kill the other 2 individuals?
It is once again not our job to find out who killed them.
Derek, Father Ignorance turns to you and says, that is what this trial is about. That literally...
Oh, actually, this trial is about whether or not Grace killed those 3 people. Investigation into actually who did.
Suggesting plausible deniability towards the defendant allows one to ask about the nature of other possibilities. Allow him to speak, Mr. Coffin.
Of course, Your Honor. I'm simply just saying that whether or not Giuseppe can figure out at this moment who actually did it does not implicate Grace's guiltiness.
It doesn't absolve her either.
Correct.
He turns back to Giuseppe. So, the only alive person was found with 2 corpses. I would like to reiterate that. That is what you're saying you found. Correct?
Yes, that is exactly what was found.
No further questions. He goes back, pours more salt in his coffee.
Ladies and gentlemen of the day, Please.
Justice Wrong stands for a moment.
We've reached the halfway point. You may discuss this matter. We'll meet back here in 30 minutes.
And you all, as the jury starts to stand up and go back to their room. One more monologue.
They said there was traces of trance in the empty bottles. Did they ever examine the full one?
I mean, they would have. They don't need to.
But they
It's
never-
obviously going to be trans.
Okay. Because I think there's been a misinterpretation here of I think you did something without telling anyone, and I'm not sure if that's the case or not.
Maybe, I don't know.
What did you do with the syringe that Knight Rider gave you?
Like I said when I got it, I was gonna go take it to forensics so they can analyze it.
Which forensics?
The place where I work, which is probably corrupt as fuck, but hey, it's the only place I know.
One's connected to Dawn.
Yes.
Okay.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Well, looks like they're playing dirty. They got planted evidence here.
Okay,
I
and
assume
to
this
be
is in your head.
precise, you're saying that... What exactly?
I'm saying that they planted evidence regarding to the syringes specifically, with one of them not being found at the scene.
So you're saying one of the syringes on that podium is not from the
It's
scene?
not. Yes.
You're correct.
Hey.
Father Ignorance gets up, downs the rest of his coffee, and promptly begins to walk.
Alright, Derek does the same, but with his coffee.
Oh, by the way, Derek, if I may, I remember you said at the beginning, like, oh, well, ignorance, kind of thing. You know, the whole joke about you knowing every stand user.
Yes?
I have to tell you that you actually don't know him.
I see.
Very important point.
I agree.
Yeah.
Derek would know law people because he's dealt with that kind of thing, so...
But the bit isn't working here, so there's something
The
wrong.
power of the bit! It's not working! It must be a stand!
Yes!
Oh my lord. Hey, Derek. Dawn calls over. Got a moment?
Derek nods and heads on over to our favorite Dusk.
She steps
Excuse
up.
me.
No. First of all, you're doing great. I need you to come with me real quick. She looks back at Father Ignorance as he walks through the door.
4.
Just trust me.
Alright.
Dawn will nod to the other two officers and assume a more well put together sort of stance and walk towards the door. You get a little thumbs up from my Ivy as you walk by.
Nice. One of the good ones.
Grace just sits twiddling her thumbs. Wong is like eating a chocolate bar. And I'm gonna bring
A chocolate bar?
A chocolate bar. He's being polite in public.
Ah, I see. So he's not scarfing down 5 at once.
No, he'll do that outside of the courtroom.
Indeed.
Yeah, so you four, the jury room.
Ooh. Are we allowed to be in here?
In Electros, yes.
Yep.
Hell yeah. Big cock.
Okay, disclaimer. Anything that does not make sense for real court, the logic is, it's Electros.
Nice. Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Leslie, what do we think the general consensus is right now, actually?
I think the general consensus is probably that she's guilty.
I feel like there probably has to be some that are like, well...
There's probably a few that are like, well, you know, I mean, no murder weapon, none of that stuff was found. But everyone else is like, yeah, one alive person in a room full of dead people.
Yeah, they all seem to be stuck on that matter of just like, there's no other reasonable explanation for it. Dev. Jordan.
Uh-huh.
You just hear a...
I'm sorry, are you checking me out? I'm kidding.
Actually, one of them is.
Ha! Nice. I hear that whistling. Wait a minute. I know that whistling.
It doesn't seem to be coming from the group of people, though.
I look past them over towards this door.
That seems to be off limits, goes back to the jury room. No, it's coming from... over here.
I am going to just kind of like nonchalantly walk around them. It's like, oh, don't mind me, I'm just here to get some water or something.
Nice.
And she goes and checks it out.
Tap, tap, tap. You hear on the window.
I walk over to said window. Wait a minute, did he just do... Hang on. That sounds like a Western thing. It's my...
Crack the case. You've cracked the case.
It's definitely my guy.
You open the window, and at the sound of Western whistling, a head pokes its way around.
Western whistling.
This motherfucker.
Wow, wow, wow.
Cuckoo. Howdy, partner.
Well, if it isn't our friend the Night Rider.
No, I'm a crow, ma'am. Keep to the rules.
Right.
Earlier in the game, him all along.
You see, it's his new stand, Paint It Blacker, Part 2, Act 2.
I'm just dropping by to see how things are holding up in there.
Well, things seem to be going all right now. We still are trying to find a way to explain why Grace was in a room full of dead people.
Y'all use the evidence I gave you?
Yes, the syringe that you gave us? Well, that's the thing. We took it in, and Derek took it into forensics, but
You took it into forensics.
well, Derek took it into his own forensics.
He
I
took
suppose.
it into Boy, I swear.
He shakes his head.
Well, of course she said this wouldn't be simple. He took it into forensics.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I done took that from forensics.
Oh.
You've been nice to know, Knight Rider.
God damn it.
You know, I thought that someone could make the connection, but, guess not. Guess not.
He
But
seems
that
to be
is the
internally
thing,
cringing.
But that's the thing, though, Knight Rider. Even though he had taken it, there is a new syringe.
Figures they'd pull something like that. Well, it's too late to do anything now. If the fake syringe is up there, y'all can't really do much about it.
Mm-hmm.
Just wish he would have taken my hint.
What exactly did you want him to do with it?
That was up for him to figure out.
Well, I could go and punch him afterwards.
I'm sure that'll help. No, I think what he really done needs is just a little bit of a leg up.
No
You
idea.
think you can find him and send him a message for me?
Absolutely.
Right. From what I'm hearing, ignorance ain't everything it's chalked up to be. Tell him that. Right. Now I gotta fly, Missy. But, tell him I said hi.
Don't you mean you have to ride?
That's right. A night rider. On his nighttime ride.
He dives off the building.
Oh my god!
And you see, as he lands on the pavement, he goes right through it. Black asphalt.
That is a crazy ability.
Jordan, as you walk away, close the window, kind of go back to your regular business, and okay, no one saw that. Someone did. This guy over here was watching the whole time.
Of course.
What does he do anything?
He just looks at you, and then holds up a finger to his lips, holds it shut, and then just winks.
She gives you a wink back, and okay, so she puts her finger in front of her lips, right, to do the but then as she winks, she gives her finger a kiss, and then she fucking walks off.
Oh my god!
Yeah, he was the one checking you out when you came in too.
Nice, nice, as he should.
Indeed,
my friends, indeed.
If we'd like to go down to Derek now.
Yes, I would like to go and spill him the beans.
Before we do that, Derek and Dawn are walking out.
You see Father Ignorance sipping more coffee.
Come on.
How dare he just sit there and drink?
Yep, you never do that.
I would never. Waste of time. You just sitting there doing nothing.
She sticks an eye back at Ignorance. What's he doing as they walk? Is he watching them?
Yeah.
She slightly quickens her pace.
Weird dude.
Alright, this is one of the safe rooms afforded to us to look into the evidence. Officers. She nods her head. After you.
Of course, thanks.
Man grunts to you. Dawn steps in and closes the door. Okay. So the situation's a little different from what I expected.
Same here. There are so many barrels in here. I didn't expect
Not
this
about
many.
the barrels, Derek.
Oh, okay. It seemed a little bit weird, so I thought that's what you were gonna go with your thing.
I'm talking about the case, Derek. I'm talking about Grace Seppele. What are your thoughts on the matter?
On the matter or on her?
The whole case.
Oh. Seeing as how they're not playing exactly clean with the evidence. And I don't know, I just get weird vibes about it all. Yeah, those syringes. Only 2 at the scene, and yet there's 3 of them there.
Yeah. It's all quite an interesting thing. Hey, Derek.
Yeah.
Don't bring your A game.
Wait, did you say don't bring my A game?
Yes.
Ah, yeah, I was wondering if I heard that right. And what purpose?
What purpose? Simple. In a motion quicker than you could ever imagine, she is in front of you, and BAM! You are socked into the wall. Blood dripping down your cheek. I said don't bring your A game, Derek. Throw the case.
Ask you again, what purpose?
And as you lay there, blood dripping from you, the words, they kind of choke against your throat. For justice.
Dusk knew as well as I do that Justice doesn't exist in Electros.
No, it doesn't. But at least in such an unjust city, maybe one who is just could hold the position of corruption that this city so desperately needs. And we'll ask you again, Derek. Throw the case.
If I don't, what? You zero me?
She stands there.
No. With your whole talk of justice, you're fighting against something that's already won.
The victory isn't settled until the case is closed.
You...
But this isn't about victory, Derek. This isn't about just one life. What do you think happens if you win this case? Tell me. Tell me what happens.
I know what happens for me, and that's all I'm concerned about.
That's the problem, Derek. She comes over, she grabs your collar, and she pulls you up to face her. It's not about what happens to you. It's not even about what happens to Grace. Do you hear me?
Oh, I actually don't. You're gonna have to be a little bit more clear on that front.
She's gonna punch you again. Can you give me a bronze roll?
Hey!
Oof. Blood splatters against the wall as she hits you time and time again. Am I making my point clear, Derek?
No, punching me is not really gonna answer any of my questions.
You don't need answers. She tosses you against this chair. You just need to obey. For once.
Dusk, please name me one time I ever obeyed anything.
What more am I to say to you, Derek Coffin? You're as hard as a stone, and no matter what happens, no matter what words impact you, you don't budge.
I got my sights on something a bit hard to come off. No, Dusk, I'm building something. You could be a part of it. Been partners for a while. Be ashamed to be on opposite sides of the battlefield.
I stand on the side of the people of Electros, Derek. What side are you on?
On the side of true justice, cleaning up these streets, and people from getting hurt.
That doesn't happen if you make the move at the wrong time. Settling this case here will do nothing but further seed the corrupt nature of this abomination of a city. You can choose to throw it or not, but you know where I stand.
I'm trying to fight against the corruption. I'm trying to use it to better the city.
I don't want to threaten your stability, Derek, but unfortunately, something like this, I can't back down. Now sit there and think about what you're going to do. I hope that when the time comes, you remember what I said. That a battle is not won by a single skirmish or a single piece. It is an organized, tactical isolation on the issue. If one is not perfect, if one makes a misstep, the entire structure crumbles.
What do you think I'm trying to do, Dusk? I'm trying to lay a strong foundation so that doesn't happen.
She opens the door and steps out and looks back at you. You're doing a pretty damn bad job of it. She shuts the door.
Got that right.
That scene was great.
Question, anything actually good in this room, or is it just a room to beat me up in?
It's actually where all the evidence is kept.
Okay, in that case, gotta go check around real quick. Now, that's a cool thing that I, don't find anything new here. I'm not looking for anything new. I'm looking for something to sabotage.
Okay. Derek, make me a brains roll. You get this feeling, this presence, this force on the back of your neck. And as you go to look around to sabotage something, you get the overwhelming sense of flight or fight, of run away, of leave, of you're not welcome here. Everyone else, Dawn walks by you. She seems, there's a different air about her. It's...
Can I see that there's blood on her fucking hand?
No, there's no blood on her hand.
Of course.
Must have cleaned herself.
Naturally.
She kind of nods to you guys as she walks by.
Oh, Senora Dawn, which happened to know where Derek is?
Oh yeah, he's out there, up the stairs, around the corner.
Oh, grazie.
Father Ignorance continues just staring forward.
Oh, hey, Derek.
Hey.
The case was a rough one. Wouldn't you say?
He probably looks like shit because he just got beat up.
He always looks like shit.
He just looked like shit.
Hey, Derek, are you okay? You look more shit than usual.
No, I'm good. I'm fine.
Oh, okay.
We'll
Are you sure you don't want me to use La Cura or something?
Father Ignorance looks over at Derek.
Oh! By the way, we saw the Night Rider, and he spoke to me, and he wanted me to tell you something. He wanted me to tell you that ignorance is not everything it is chalked up to be.
Why was he slightly Hispanic?
Is that not the accent that they do in America?
Wouldn't you?
Yes, that is exactly how those dirty American pigs sound like.
You're young, so I'll forgive you for this.
Ignorance is not everything it is chalked up to be.
Derek, you notice that that as Father Ignorance looks at you, even as Jordan and Giuseppe have stood in front of you, he's kept staring the exact same, as if nothing is even coming in front of his gaze with you.
Dark walks over, nods to Ignorance, and says, "Oh, got something you want to say?"
Father Ignorance steps forward a bit and just says, "So how is Lauren doing?" And then promptly walks back.
Oh my god!
Not pulling any punches today, are you, Wesley?
Holy shit!
Oh shit!
No. Eric is honestly 100% stunned by that. He takes a moment to get himself together, and he decides to simply go back to the courtroom. And as he's passing by everyone, he simply just says, "Let me get near my gun."
Roger that.
By the way, everyone, before we go back inside, we need to be careful. I'm pretty sure that there is an enemy stand at work here. When I went up to the podium, I heard a hissing like a snake. But when I looked around, it wasn't there.
Yes, I felt the exact same thing. I thought I was going crazy.
I don't know what it is, but There is definitely a stand here. And it could be Father Ignorance's.
You get a little nudge by your cup, buddy.
Maeve.
One of the good ones.
Still one of the good ones.
Still one of the good ones.
Great.
Maeve never change.
I love her.
Actually, whoa. Actually,
Hmm?
as Maeve nudges Derek, Derek says to Maeve, "Hey, I have a favor to ask.
Yeah, what's that?
Could you keep an eye on Dusk for me?"
And Derek, as you try to say those words, you feel this pressure on your back. The words don't come out. What's your favorite, Derek?
I'll text it to you later.
Okay.
Do we see anything on Derek's back as we walk in?
No. You get this stern, cold gaze on your back as you walk, Derek. You know she's looking at you.
She can look all she fucking wants.
Jamie waves over the Derek before he goes too far and walks up to him. Good luck out there, I guess, and she kind of hits him on the top of his head a little bit, like in like a friendly kind of way. I don't really know how.
Pat, Derek, did he just...
No, but
Derek a head pat?
to put it simply, she's checking his hair.
Yes, sir. He says, "Thanks, Jamie. You know you're up soon, so make sure you're ready."
I'll try my best. She walks off.
Grace looks over at Derek and just kind of hops down and jumps over, huddled, like, hey, Derek.
Yeah?
Things are going okay, right? Like, this is going well, right? I don't see how they could possibly, like, not agree with us, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. No murder weapon. All I have is the place at the scene of the crime. The fact that you were there isn't enough to just convict you. Yeah. Should be going fine, though.
Alright.
Just make sure that you keep your cool and worry about it.
I've got my call. Doubt they can surprise me after bringing in my old fucking mate. Yeah.
I wouldn't be so optimistic about that. Who knows who else they've got up their sleeves?
The jury walks back in. Alright. Good luck. Optimism doesn't sound right.
Don't worry, I got you, kid.
Thanks. Scooches in their chair. Grace internally. This isn't gonna go well, is it? And the rest of you four get up. Justice Wrong plops down in his chair.
Everyone, I hope the reason this round yourselves most beneficial. Now, on with the trial. Father Ignorance, if you would.
Father Ignorance takes one more sip of his coffee before setting it down, chews a bit. I would like to call to the witness stand one Tom Faliri.
And the door opens, and you will see a man step out.
Of course.
Well, GG, no re, we lost. Cool. Awesome.
He gently takes a seat in the chair, looking around. He's got a very calm, polite look on him.
State your name and occupation.
I am Tom Faleri. I am the train conductor of the Electros Express.
Where were you the night of October 7th?
I was in the front engine room of the train, the Electros Express, went between Wharf and Pinion.
And what happened that night?
Well, you see, I was attacked from behind. Strong blow to the head, knocked unconscious.
Would you be able to identify who attacked you if you saw them?
Oh yes.
And, well, do you see them before you?
Aye, that I do, sir.
Who would that be?
Giuseppe. She is the one that attacked me.
No further questions. Father Ignorance fully sits back down in his chair, takes a sip, sets the cup of coffee down, and then looks Derek dead in the eye with a very emotionless stare.
Okay. Derek. Oh, this is a suggestion from KC. Let's see if it works. Derek is gonna start. This is very stupid, but Derek is gonna start thinking thoughts of absolutely random things that have no connection to each other and no connection to this case.
Incredibly annoying things.
I'm sorry, what are you doing?
He's thinking of really stupid and really annoying things.
Okay.
Derek has the biggest smile on his face we've seen. Well, smile is the wrong word. It's more like smirk, because of course we all know Derek has a smile.
He's just walking around thinking stupid shit.
It's fucking dumb.
Okay.
Your name is Tom Faleri, correct?
Aye.
And you were the train conductor on the train to Electros, correct?
That I was.
So, after you were struck by, presumably my client, you blacked out for how long? And what happened when you woke up?
Yeah, let's see here. Well, to start at the beginning, I was struck, I fell to the ground, I blacked out, I woke up, the train had stopped in Pinion, there were medics all around me, I was rushed to the hospital for a horrible blunt damage to the...
He taps his head as if, like, these words are a little bit hard to come out.
To the head. I do know from there, I apologize, sir. Is that good enough? Is
Yes,
that what
of
you were
course.
looking for? Okay. I'm still on
Your Honor.
painkillers for it. Yes, Mr. Coffin.
I'm sorry, could you... it must have slipped my mind. It's just this case is very stressful and all that. Could you please repeat to the jury the charges levied against Grace?
Yes, I could. Restating from before for the jury, there's present 2 cases of voluntary manslaughter and 1 of assault and battery.
Indeed.
What about the fucking record?
I'm not sure if that's being remembered quite right. Can we check the record for that?
Wrong, just kind of signals up to the people above him.
Very well.
And he is going to display, let's say there's a computer screen in front of him. That just seems reasonable. He brings up the court record, just like on a computer screen right here for you to scroll through.
Alright, and it says...
What are you looking for primarily?
I'm just looking for the charges of this court case.
Okay. You've activated a villain section.
God damn it!
The villain section is called Who Am I to Disagree? You look at the court records. 2 cases of voluntary manslaughter. one case of assault and battery.
Is there something not to your liking, Mr. Coffin?
Not to my liking, no, but where exactly is the third victim?
The third victim?
Do I have permission of approaching the band of Your Honor, along with Father Ignorance?
You've had permission this whole time, Coffin. Do as you will.
Walks up.
Yes. So, quick question for both of you. I have a little request. Nothing too big. Father Ignorance. We just spit it out. All right. Are you smarter than me?
In what way? Many people are smarter than other people in different ways.
In terms of, let's just say, for example, mental math.
I don't know how good you are at mental math.
Same here, exactly. What do you say we try and find that out right now?
Does this have anything to do with the case at hand?
Actually, yes, it does.
I fail to see how.
Please, believe me, this does have to do with the case.
Please be more precise, Derek. What are you trying to get at here?
The point will only be made after this short thing.
Very well.
I suppose it's not an issue.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if you would please give us a math problem.
Very well. Give me the natural logarithm from... let's just say the natural logarithm of 10.
Alright, Derek. Let's do a brains off.
Yep.
Oh my god! This is what you did!
Oh no!
It doesn't fucking matter! It doesn't matter what I roll!
This is what... Jesus Christ! I can't believe you're fucking doing this.
A log of 10 was such an easy question, too. Good job,
It
Tally.
was a very easy question.
Oh my god.
Derek, as you narrow, you think it's like the natural log of 10. It's, and then in your head you like narrow in on one of the stupid thoughts that you've made of like pizza. It's pizza, and then Father Ignorance just says, it's 1.
Correct.
I'd like to make a monologue against Father Ignorance.
Can't fucking
Nice.
believe you.
Nice.
I can't
Okay, yeah.
I'll have you know this is only working once.
Yeah.
I can't even fucking believe you.
Let's monologue. Tom Faleary, that one right there, that's right there, is not the same Tom Faleary that was dead on the train.
Yeah, that's the best. Yeah.
That's your monologue? You are incorrect.
Alright, well, here's the thing. That still helps, so it's okay.
Was this all?
Oh, the point I was trying to make was that I'm really bad at counting, and I was trying to make sure that the number of counts of manslaughter and battery.
This is going nowhere. He walks back over.
Yes, now that is over. Mr. Faleary.
Hey.
Can you please repeat one more time the exact circumstances in which you were knocked out?
I'm surprised I have to recount it so often. I was conducting the train. Someone came into the front car. Turned around. It was her. I was hit on the head. Knocked out hard. Fell on my back. Blacked out.
Over to Grace. Grace, do you remember knocking out Mr. Faleary?
I don't really remember it, no.
Okay, well, okay. Alright, maybe you just forgot, perhaps. It's been a few stressful days. Let's just make it a little bit more broad. Grace, do you remember what happened on the train?
Not particularly.
Oh, what do you mean, not particularly? Several witnesses can place you on the train. Valeri here himself can identify you as the one who knocked him out. Simply asking if you can remember at all what happened on the train.
No, I don't. What?
You have no recollection whatsoever. Is it just not there in your brain?
I thought I made it clear. I forgot.
Grace, do you by chance have amnesia based on the events on the train?
Amnesia? She is panicking.
He says, just tell the truth. Do you remember what happened on the train? Did you black out, have amnesia? Do you have absolutely no recollection whatsoever?
I don't have amnesia, but I don't remember it. No, it's all fuzzy.
You do not remember what happened on the train.
Mr. Coffin, I believe she's answered to this question.
Right.
Can we move on?
Sorry, Your Honor. Face here. Absolutely no memory whatsoever what happened on the train. And while that, of course, does not absolve her of any wrongdoing, I'd like to put it in each and all of your minds that job as the defense is to provide reasonable doubt. Yes, Grace was in the caboose with those two people. However, all we know is that they died. In fact, we don't even know if they were murdered by anyone.
Their guts were torn out.
Yes?
Disembowelment does not simply happen to two individuals. Unless you'd like to provide reasonable doubt.
Well, do you know there was some evidence of perhaps a flame or fire or explosion of some kind in the caboose? Mr. Valeri, who was the conductor of the train, was knocked out, could not in any way respond or do anything. Mr. Valeri, is it possible that due to your head injury, you may be remembering events slightly incorrectly?
It's bloody clear as far as I can tell. I wouldn't want to, provide something inaccurate, but I very clearly remember how it happened.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Valeri, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yes, I simply wanted to say that I hope that wherever this young one ends up after this, it is a positive improvement. Circumstances such as this are nasty. And to, well, I just hope things are set right.
He stands up and he looks at Grace in a moment of... You can tell he's got a slight bit of compassion towards her, but he walks away. Monologue.
So I guess he got revived if this is the same Valeri, so...
Yes!
Your thoughts here are that Tom Valeri was revived. He was dead and he was brought back, essentially, yes?
For the purposes of this case.
Purposes of this case?
No, let's not say that. Don't fucking add that.
Fine. Fucking... whatever. Yeah, he was revived.
Okay. You are... correct.
I was gonna lose my shit if I was wrong with that.
I would like to call Joichiro Higashikata to the stand.
I'm gonna hop down.
As Joichiro lands, Father Ignorance puts a hand over his coffee so no, dust flies up into it.
Thank you, Joichiro, for appearing here. I only have a few questions for you. When you entered into the doctor's car, what did you see?
I saw you, Jordan, Jamie, and Giuseppe all standing around the dead body of Tom, the conductor.
I am sorry, Joichiro. I think you misspoke. We just saw Tom Valeri earlier.
I do believe dead would be the wrong word. Unconscious, maybe. Is that what you're looking for?
Please continue a little bit farther into what else you saw in the front of the train.
As I had gone up, And out of concern, me and Derek started investigating the body of Tom Faleary, and we had found that he was impaled and a massive gash across his back. I personally don't think anybody, no matter how durable they are, could survive this.
And when you saw this body, did you check to see if they were unconscious or deceased?
I did not touch the body because it was a crime scene, but there was far too much blood to have just been an unconscious person.
See, Your Honor, was my memory perhaps degrading a little bit? And Tom earlier said that he was struck across the head and was knocked unconscious.
The back of the head. Yes.
Hey, Tally, was there a head injury on Tom?
Not that you remember.
I apologize. Did you say knocked out in the back of the head?
Yes.
Earlier not say that he turned around, saw Grace, then was knocked out.
He did. I do not know. Maybe it was a reach around.
Reach around.
But yes, weapons have length, but I'm not here to discuss that with you. Please continue with your statement.
Yes, I will have to call forth the evidence of the medical report on Tom Faleary.
Yeah, so the woman walks up to the podium and places down some papers. Medical documents. Nods at you. And then walks back.
Derek walks on over, grabs a hold of the documents, gets to the page with a medical report for Tom Faleary, and he starts reading it out, noting the gash along the back, the impalement, all that fun stuff.
That's the thing, Derek. These records do show that there was a head injury.
That's what I fucking thought.
Of course!
This is measurements. It isn't physically possible for Grace to have reached around Faleary and hit him with a blunt object in the back of the head, strong enough to knock him out. Furthermore, Joichiro, in what fashion did you find Tom Faleary's unconscious body?
Why, I found him face down on the controls.
Face down. But when someone is hit in the back of the head, which way do they fall?
Well, they fall forward.
Mark looks around to the jury. So, how exactly did Grace manage to, one, surprise Tom Faleary enough to get across the entire car without him noticing her, and as he turned around, reach around the back of him, even though measurements just simply doesn't allow that, from the back of the head with a blunt object that there is no evidence of anywhere, hard enough to knock him out, once again, which Grace does not have the strength to do, and then have him fall on his back. Of course, with blood all around.
As you say this, there's like a soft murmuring from the jury as they like turn their heads back and forth and look down at Derek.
I don't have an answer to this question. Perhaps you do, Father Ignorance?
You're asking me? Okay. Tom Faleary is not on the witness stand, and therefore I will not poke holes in a testimony of someone that is not currently on the witness stand. I do not see much of a point.
No response.
It is your cross-examination point.
Of course. I call forward the evidence of the murder weapon. Oh, you can't. Well, you know. Sure, can all of the members of the jury please look at Grace real quick? Grace, please hold up your hands.
Okay. She holds up her hands.
Please, the jury, if you could please raise your hand if you believe that Grace could have disemboweled two adult men with her bare hands.
I'm gonna say one or two people hesitantly raise their hands.
Can Mr.
A few
Skies
more
just
probably
shoot
do
up?
like a wavy hand motion.
Can Mr. Skies just shoot right up?
Yeah, Mr. Sky, like the hand goes, or the guy with the helmet, his hand goes immediately up.
Okay, well, it seems like the vast majority of the jury does not believe that. But perhaps, once again, in the medical reports, there is mention of this. Derek checks the medical report once again to see if there are any claw marks on them.
No, there aren't.
That's strange. Okay, well, for the juries who do still believe that Grace could have done it with her bare hands, I mean, she would have to use her claws, or claws, fingernails. Yet, here in this medical reports, I don't see any evidence of either of those. In fact, it's stated here that they were disemboweled by an extremely jagged and sharp object. Anyone have any idea what that could be? Grace, ask you a question. You are a train conductor, right?
What?
I mean, you do have an intense knowledge of trains, correct?
Yeah, sure. No.
You're a mechanic at the very least.
No.
Oh. Are you?
What am I?
Employed, a student?
No.
So having no knowledge of how a train would work, raise your hand if you think that Grace here completely dismantle and rip apart an entire main control section of a train, as well as an engine in the back.
I'm gonna say, well, okay, first of all, the guy in the helmet, his hand immediately goes up. I'm gonna say a similar amount of people do like the wavy hand motion, a few go up.
Once again, the vast majority of you do not believe that Grace is physically capable of doing the acts she is accused of. I want you to keep that in your minds. Further questions?
Very well. Following it. Your courses on it, Mr. Joichiro.
Father Ignorance takes another sip of his coffee, sets it down. Mr. Higashikata, you were on the train, yes?
Yes.
Tell me, how did you board the train?
I entered onto the third car.
Mm-hmm.
Derek is going to scratch his head on the top and then pat it.
Oh no.
Is that supposed to be a signal?
You have
Yeah, basically.
I was like, on the train.
You entered on the third car. Through the door, I assume, after handing over your ticket?
Yes.
Well, Father Ignorance grabs a piece of paper and kind of taps it a little. This is a list of the passengers. You're not on it.
Tally, did I not buy a fucking train ticket?
I asked you if you went in the edgy way or the not edgy way, and you said the
I
edgy way.
I bought a train ticket. Yeah, I was on top of the third car.
You were on top of the car.
Yes. Is that a problem?
I'd like to say it is, yes.
Oh, the smiley man.
Of why?
I just like it. Is that it? It's more enjoyable to be on top of a train car than in the stagnant passenger.
Mm-hmm. So you got on top of the train. He holds up the list again without a ticket.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. If
I don't see why not having a ticket is so big of a problem, much less how it pertains to this case. But
If I may, Miss Zeppeli, do you remember Mr. Higashikata?
I mean, after the fact?
After the fact.
Yeah.
So, what real evidence is there that you were on the train, Mr. Higashikata?
are you,
You're not
are
on
you
the ticket.
saying that I'm
You're not on the ticket
lying
list.
about being on the train? Almost all of the witnesses, including Derek, can attest for my presence on the train.
Mm-hmm. Your presence on top of the train.
Yes.
Oh.
Oh my god.
I'm done with this. No further questions.
Very well. Mr. Higashikata, any further statements?
Nope.
You may be seated.
Alright, cool. Derek's in a monologue that doctored the medical reports, things that aren't true in them.
You're saying that the medical reports have been altered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You are correct.
Yes.
Only a single point
I've been
remains.
waiting to do this for a while. I think this looks cooler.
It does
Hell
look really
yeah.
cool.
Father Ignorance takes another sip. Chew, chew, chew. I would like to call to the witness stand Dr. Patricia Solaris.
And as the door opens up, you all see a figure that none of you recognize. Step in. She has a narrow dress, like a pencil skirt almost. Her heels clack along the floor as she walks, carrying some sort of a clipboard clasped between both of her hands as she gently sits down in the witness chair.
Who the fuck? I don't like that symbol on her forehead.
Yeah, she sits down and sets her clipboard on the table.
Please state your name and occupation.
Yes, my name is Dr. Patricia Solaris, as has been said. I am a medical practitioner and one of the leading scientists on the research and development of the drug known as trance.
Now, as a doctor, can you please inform everyone of the effects of an adrenaline rush?
Oh, it would be no problem at all. You see, when the body goes under a sudden burst of adrenaline, people have been known to do things such as, for example, a stressed mother under a burst of adrenaline lifting a car in a moment of saving someone else, their child, underneath. Or, for example, a young girl on a burst of adrenaline going into a fit of rage and murdering 2 individuals.
Most of the points that I have heard, or a lot of them, have regarded Miss Zappelli's incapability physically to do such feats. However, I would like to present this. If you could please speak on the matter.
Yes, well, Father Ignorance, what you said is just, and what has been presented such far is just factually incorrect. For starters, your physique is muscular at best, at worst, rather, and again, someone of her age with a naturally male body would easily be able to perform such feats even without the benefits added from an adrenaline rush. However, if one were to consider that on top of it, well, the answer is as clear as day.
No further questions. He takes a sip.
Mr. Coffin?
Hello, Doctor. Forgive me if you had already answered this question, but please tell me what the exact effects of trance are on a normal human.
Oh yes, well, it's rather simple. Trance is a mildly, reactive drug. In the best case that I could possibly describe it, it gives you a light high, which, under most circumstances, I'm sure it wouldn't be something too strange to someone like you, where you would experience a light, fuzzy feeling. And on top of that, generally jovial and positive nature, something akin to a strand of marijuana, if you're familiar.
Yes, I am very familiar with that.
Of course you are.
Indeed, as a detective, I have to be aware of a lot of different substances.
Totally reasonable.
Yes, indeed. The only reason.
Sass from both sides.
Well, as you've said before, trance does. You've clearly and plainly expressed what exactly trance does to you. What about side effects?
The side effects of trance?
Yes.
It can cause headaches. It can cause withdrawal symptoms, similar to, let's say, a coffee headache, for example. Other possible side effects may include, well, if you have any illnesses, it could cause bleeding. Other illnesses, it could be much worse. These are more specifics that wouldn't apply to the general public. Do you wish for me to continue?
You might need to. It's just that I'm noticing amnesia is not on that list.
Amnesia?
Yes, amnesia.
I don't suppose it is.
No, you mentioned earlier adrenaline and effects on a person's physical strength. I also noticed you didn't put fits of rage in your side effects. In fact, you said that it give you a light fuzzy feeling.
You're very correct. If anything, the implications of trance would dull something like this. It is a drug that is designed to mellow those out who use it.
Of course. And you are saying that, though, and just to clarify, those who do use trance should not go on murderous rampages.
No, they should not.
Okay. Now that we are all educated on drug trance, I fail to see exactly how trance is related to two murders and the assault.
That's the thing. It isn't. This was murderous intent by an individual who was well aware they were murdering. Trance had nothing to do with it.
Alright, that's a fair opinion to have. I have a question for you, Grace.
Yeah?
Forgive me if this is a little personal, but at the time, recently, and ever since, at the very least, you were with your other friends, Lance and Ruby, you were experiencing feelings of depression, correct?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Were you ever diagnosed or treated for these symptoms?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. And did that make you angry?
I think it made me frustrated, yeah.
Okay. Not enough to, let's say, kill two people.
No, I would never do that.
It's just I find the doctor's opinion of Grace's murderous intent very confusing, almost. Because what connection did you have to the victims?
I don't have one.
Okay, alright. That's fair. When you stepped onto the train, were you intending on hurting anyone?
No.
Days beforehand, were you perhaps maybe a little bit of rage inside of you?
I was more so looking for a helping hand. I was alone. I didn't have anyone.
See.
The last thing I want to do is kill someone in that type of a state.
Last thing you would want to do. See, and as the doctor has told us, that trance actually turned down one's feelings of rage or anger. Even if you had any, would have been dulled by trance. I'm sorry, I just know. Doctor, would you agree?
Were that the case, yes. That one's feelings would be dulled. One would have to have an immeasurable amount of rage boiled up inside of them for, well, trance to affect them like this.
See, and as we've just found out, Grace did not have any of those feelings. In fact,
I may interject. We don't know.
Actually, you may not. You are witness here. Thank you for your expert opinion, but your personal opinion is not needed here.
I guess I'll throw my degree in the garbage then.
Fucking damn!
She kind of folds her hands and looks at him.
Father Ignorant says, objection, personal attacks are not...
That was not a personal attack. I was simply saying her personal opinion is not
Silence, Coffin. Objection of had personal attacks do not have a place here that goes to either of you. Keep a level head.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. I apologize, Doctor, if I offended you in any way.
No, not at all. She folds her hands and smiles at you innocently.
So, just to recap real quick as I take my seat. Doctor, if one were experiencing rage or anything like that, or if it was a murderous intent, they would be doled by trance, correct?
That is correct.
And Grace, you had no connection or intention on hurting anybody at all, never mind the people on the train, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, I'm glad that we managed to figure out that the drug that Grace took would have actually made it less likely for her to kill 2 people. Further questions?
Very well. Dr. Solaris, do you have any more statements for the court?
Everything I've prepared ahead of time in the medical documents. You need only read them. Good day. She stands up and does a small bow. And heads back. Monologue. You've only got one bizarre point left.
The monologue was basically that Fleury was being manipulated by someone or something, whatever, to make him believe that what he said during his testament to be what actually happened.
You're basically saying that whoever revived him altered his memories in such a way so that he thought that that was 100% real?
Yep.
What he was saying? Okay. You are incorrect.
Let's call this stand. Jamie Joestar.
She walks on.
Thank you, Jamie. I know you are a very competitive dancer, so you probably have a busy schedule.
It's fine, I understand. Also, just to note, she points to one of her ears. I have hearing issues, so I only really understand people either through sign language or through lip speak, so I might ask for a repeat of what people say. I apologize in advance.
I think it's entirely reasonable that because Jamie is deaf, there's already been someone who's like a sign language person doing all this.
That would
It's definitely that sort of a thing.
Yeah.
Just
you know what? Let's
have
say it was
spoken.
this cop right up here.
The cop up there?
Yeah.
Can the cop run over, jump up on the banister, do a triple pirouette, land in the middle, and start signing to Jamie?
Yes!
Alright.
Parkour.
Parkour! It's Renegade!
He lands down, he start parkour. Parkour. Parkour.
So, could you explain exactly the events of what happened on the train?
Well, as you know, we found... she shivers a little bit. Honestly, I couldn't really look at the scene. It was a bit of a mess. Brutal, if I were to say anything, but when we went to the front, there was quite a mess. I was sure that the conductor was dead, and I couldn't really stomach that kind of thing. Anyways, after we went there, we investigated the back, I believe looking for an emergency stop. And when we went back there, the doors were locked and there was a fire. And so Giuseppe was able to grab a large piece of metal and was able to start trying to pry open those doors. I wanted to make sure that there was no one inside because, well, I wouldn't be able to hear anything. So I climbed up to the roof of the train. I looked in through the windows and saw Grace there. She didn't really seem to register that there was a fire or anything like that. She seemed very out of it, nearly unconscious, honestly. I didn't really know what to do since I wasn't able to open up a window and Giuseppe hadn't opened up the door yet. So I just crashed through the window. It was an emergency. It was the best thing I could think of. And I went in and tried to, well, pull her away from the fire. She was very out of it, and that's when they were able to open up the door. Is that good?
Yes, yes. Of course, obviously, a few questions. First things first, you mentioned the mess at the head of the train was, in fact, the unconscious body of Tom, correct?
Yes, but there was a lot of blood. I'm not very good at stomaching that kind of thing.
See, of course, not all of us can handle such scenes. Violence. Especially one, as Derek turns to the jury, that was so bloody that Jamie here had to look away, but was apparently caused with a weapon. To the matter at hand, you were traveling from the front of the train all the way to the caboose. Do you see anything suspicious, specifically pertaining to Grace?
Other than what's at the front, and obviously the fire, but nothing inside, really.
And when you climbed on top of the car and looked in the window, were the two victims already dead by the time you got there?
Honestly, there was so many things and so much fire, I didn't see them at the time. I'm glad I didn't. I don't think.
I see. And from what you could see of Grace from outside the window, and once you got inside the car, she in a responsive state, I suppose.
Slightly. Best way I could describe it is that she was just conscious enough to react to things, but not to be reasoned with. She was very out of it.
I see. Was she aware of her surroundings?
No, if she was, she would have gotten away from that fire.
Father Ignorance says, Objection. How could Jamie have been aware of Grace, but not the bodies, from outside of the car?
She was...
You asking how she saw?
Grace, but not the bodies.
She was standing by... She was standing over...
From outside?
I couldn't really see much, honestly. I've got a better view once I got inside, but I saw her standing there. It was more of a figure, but again, I got a better view once I was able to get in.
Witness here is deaf, not blind, Father. Is there any other things you wish to mention?
Father Ignorance locks eyes with you, Derek. You may continue.
I was looking down
Jamie,
at the
when you were on
very
top
back
of the car, did you manage to see
there
anything in
was
particular,
a little
anything
platform
interesting
there that,
at all?
it's like where you would be able to get in. I don't really know how to describe it. I remember seeing something moving around back there. It might have been a person, but when we were in there, there was, well, there was so much fire in the back and such that if anyone was back there, the only way for them to have gotten there, I guess, was before the fire had started, and if they were, since they were there after it, they would have gotten off by the back. There would have been no way for them to get back onto the train.
You mentioned that there was someone at the back, but there was a possibility of someone at the back.
Certainly.
Is it possible that you would be able to identify them if you saw them?
Not honestly, no. Again, I try to stay aware of my surroundings, but it was such a panicked moment. I just didn't have enough time to get a good look at them.
Of course, naturally, with these crazy events happening, it's natural. But seeing as you did see this figure, it was possibly a person. I'm sorry, we just really need to clarify. Was this figure a person?
Yes. I really can't think of anything else that it could have been.
There was another person at the scene.
Yes.
Further questions?
Very well. Further ignorance, your cross-examination.
Indeed. He takes another sip of his coffee. Chew, chew, chew.
Choo choo.
Miss Joestar. I'm just going to come out and say, were you ever on top of the train?
Yes, I was.
Mm-hmm. Was there anyone else on top?
Not at the time. I mean, I didn't really get a good look behind me since I was on the last car, but I assume not.
Mm-hmm. So you say that no one else was there?
There was the others down on the...
On top of the train?
Yeah, no one else on top of the train.
No one, including someone who has apparently made it clear that they were on top of the train.
I don't entirely understand what you mean by that.
I'm wondering if you saw one Mr. Higashikata on top of the train. Or with you at all, even. Jamie, make a bravery roll.
What?
Your legs feel tight. They're tight, and you feel like you can't breathe. You can't say anything.
She kind of takes a moment gripping at her pants, and I apologize, but could you give me a moment?
Of course.
She, gets up from her chair and, like, slightly behind it, and starts stretching out her legs a little bit. And,
Jamie, you can't really move your legs that well.
Assign the answer.
So she just falls.
Yeah, you just fall.
Jesus. She kind of grabs onto the side of her chair to make sure that she doesn't completely fall on the ground, and she's just like, okay then. So she gets back and looks back at him. Apologies. Repeat the question again?
Jamie, you sit back down. You reach up your hand to grab something. Yeah, those aren't moving either.
She looks over to Joichiro, like Jordan and Giuseppe up at the top, and like back to Derek. She looks very panicked.
I believe something is happening with Jamie.
Derek, you go to say that and you feel this this heavy pressure right over your back, this presence over your shoulder, and none of the words you just tried to say come out. What do you immediately do?
Immediately, I slam the desk and sign to the interpreter, help.
You try and do that. Your arms, they don't move. You don't slam the desk. In fact, your mind bends around the concept, and you hear,
Don't talk back.
Are you
in your ear.
Is there an issue here? Do you seem to be in momentary distress, shall I? What was the issue? Further ignorance? Derek?
If we must... If Jamie is having a... It looks like a panic attack to me. Should she be removed to a doctor? In fact, Dr. Solaris is around still. Yes?
She is. Would you like me to call her in?
Do that.
Wrong page is a number.
Yes, Patricia. This is Lars, is it you? Yes, someone on the site is having a panic attack. Could you please escort her out? Thank you.
The door momentarily opens. The woman comes out. Her heels click, and Derek... Oh yeah, she totally glances over at you with a fucking smirk on her face.
Hold up! Everybody! Nobody move! She might be having a seizure!
Okay. Patricia kind of just looks up and looks back at Jamie. No, she's definitely not. I'm a doctor.
Well, okay, then, Miss Doctor. Okay? It doesn't matter.
Going?
This is a...
Excuse me, sir. Get off of the... What are you doing?
Can you blink? Can you blink? Look at me. Blink once if you're okay.
Somebody please remove this man.
She tries to,
Giuseppe, you notice two armed guards start coming down the stairs towards you.
just Giuseppe.
Okay,
So
fine, fine, fine,
please
fine, fine,
return
fine.
to your stands.
Fine.
This guy's gonna follow you just to make sure you leave.
There is some foul play right here. There is some foul play.
Yes, sir, I know you think so. Please just go back. Calm down. Don't need an altercation in the middle of court. Okay?
Like this court case is already somewhat fallen apart, but
What
the second
a
two of
mess,
my
man.
colleagues are unable to speak.
Patricia comes over here towards Jamie and holds a hand out towards her. Are you quite alright? You seem to be having a panic attack.
I don't know.
Try to hold my hand.
She's just trying to like get a grip. Is she able to like move her like limbs again, or is she still having issues?
No, you're fine now.
Here, just hold my hand for support. It's alright. I know that the thought of blood can be stressful to some people.
She kind of pushes up from the chair and walks a bit over. She shakes her head a little bit and just like, if it's not too much of an issue, I believe I would be able to finish with the testimony.
Are you quite sure?
I believe it might be an issue, in fact.
Hold on, you. She holds a hand out to Ignorance. Look, if you're feeling under the weather, it's okay to take a momentary rest, but...
I want to be able to finish this.
Okay. If you think you're capable.
Thank you.
No problem.
She takes a seat back down and takes a deep breath, looks back at Derek, trying.
I move or speak?
Yeah, you've been able to move and speak this whole time.
Yeah, okay, Tally. Okay.
You have?
Gives a nod to you, Jamie. Definitely sign language to you, the word stand.
No, he doesn't.
Yep, that's what I thought.
She doesn't need that message, but
Yeah, you know, probably not.
yeah.
Patricia clacks away and just kind of looks at Ignorance in a moment of like, what? Shrugs, looks back at Jamie, keeps walking.
Other Ignorance stares blankly.
Very helpful as always, thank you.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Joestar, are you stable?
I'll try my best to be. I apologize for the issue.
Very well. Please continue.
Did you see Mr. Higashikata on the top of the train?
Does the same thing happen again, or?
No.
Well, I didn't see him on top of the train, but when we were in the car, he came in and was helping us investigate. He was also by the door when they were trying to pry it open. He had been accompanying us more or less the entire time.
And if I may, this last figure that you saw, when did you see it?
While I was on the roof, I was looking around for a way in, and there was a spot in the back. I tried to get a good glimpse at it, but the fire wouldn't allow me to get close. It was not easy to get around there.
Where do you suppose this supposed person went?
Once again, it is not our job to figure out the mystery of this case.
Mr. Coffin, silence, please. It's a legitimate question.
I really wouldn't know, but my best guess is that they might have jumped off at any point when the train was going or when it began to slow down.
Jumped off of a moving train.
Well, it was starting to stop once we were able to hit an emergency stop.
I seem to recall the back of the train being discussed previously. If they investigated and didn't find anything. You also didn't find anything except seeing a shadowy figure behind fire.
I'm sorry, but the fire was on the inside of the train, and it was really. I wasn't able to get closer to where it was because the train itself was very hot. The roof was extremely hot. Actually, I was barely able to stand on it in the first place, which is why I was trying to go so fast.
Father Ignorance says, "No further questions." Sits down, and takes the salt shaker, unscrews it, and then just dumps the rest in.
Hey, Tally.
Yeah.
Can I use my stand to like go through the floor to a point where it's not seen, and like pop up to where Jamie is to see what's happening with her?
Yeah, you can do that.
Is there anything like shackling her down or anything that shouldn't be on her?
You don't see anything.
Damn.
Mr. Joestar. Any further statements?
I don't believe so. No.
There's a moment, Jamie, can you make a brains roll?
Oh, fun.
Escalation.
Oh no.
Okay, Wrong looks over at you, chokes for a moment, his eyes go wide for a moment, they go back to normal, he sits back down and places his hands in front of him. Alright guys, this is your last monologue before the case is over.
Yep.
I was thinking that we monologue that Dusk is on the side of the prosecution, is using her stand to help them.
Dusk has a stand?
I wouldn't say that, but he certainly was trying.
I love the two completely different separate sides of this like that people are on.
Dusko has a stand.
Oh my god, dude.
Dusk has a stand. Alright, so Derek is in a monologue in his head of his. Dusk were partners for a while. It seems like they're helping the prosecution using their stand.
Derek, in your mind, that thought, it goes through your head. You're correct.
Let's fucking go!
Woo!
You think about it, the way that Dawn acted, the moment back in the evidence room where she forcefully put her opinions towards you, and then how you couldn't ever put any of that forward. It's clear that the medical documents, they were altered. The drug there, the one that you held in your own hands, it's a fake, altered by the police. And Father Ignorance, Justice Wrong, all the antagonism thus far, it finally clicks to you that the judge himself has been bought off by the police. This entire time, you have not been going up against Father Ignorance, no. You've been going up against the police of Electros.
Now, the defense and the prosecution, please state their closing statements. First, Father Ignorance, the prosecution.
He steps up. What I think happened is quite clear. Miss Zappelli, trying to get a fix, sneaks up onto the train. Adrenaline from committing a crime allows her to then beat Mr. Tom Faleary, then works her way back to the train, finds two individuals, kills them, takes their trance, and then is promptly high when next found. the notion of a third figure coming in the final witness is absurd. And, if I may, the act of no one else having seen this figure, as well as Miss Jamie clearly being prone to some kind of panic when put under pressure of any kind, it seems, just shows that it was mere mistake. I rest my case.
Very well said, Father Ignorance.
Father Ignorance downs the rest of his coffee, and then there's a loud chewing.
Mr. Coffin, your defense. Your closing statement, if you will.
Eric steps down. Looks around.
Grace seems to be sweating, just gives you a pleading look.
Eric doesn't look back at her. He's in the middle, and he looks at Maeve. She's still one of the good ones.
Maeve, even though in riot armor, you can see her smile behind the visor. She gives you a thumbs up. That's all you need to know.
Still one of the good ones.
Always were one of the good ones, huh? Eric is usually pretty deadpan, but he flips his brain switch. The fire lights in his eyes. This case was decided from the beginning. The exact thing that he seeks to fight against the most. Over at Dusk, his old partner, gives a somber look and turns back to the jury.
At that moment, Derek, you actually hear a shuffle out in the audience as Dawn stands up. And she walks out. With a solid bang as the door closes behind her.
Well, I hate to see her leave, but I love to watch her go. Jury, for you, 18-year-old girl who, in her past, has had symptoms of depression, has been tossed aside by society, truly alone, shithole of the city that we all know. Claimed that Grace may have experienced some adrenaline, thus was able to muster feats of strength, has no basis whatsoever. She was on at the time that combated any feelings of anger, rage, or murderous intent. Simply being on the train, Houston has deemed her guilty. Yet, no motive meditation was given. There is no murder weapon to be found. And several witnesses say that not only did Grace not murder these people, but that there was even another person at the scene. Statement and testimony from Valeri is full of holes, lined with the measurements of Grace, as well as the scene of which, once again, many witnesses can attest to. Grace did not murder those two people, nor did she attack Sir Tom Valeri. I don't believe that girl sat right there who have torn apart two fully grown men with her bare hands. You know what I do believe? I believe this system of ours is corrupt. The word justice no longer has any meaning in this city. Police force that you trust to protect you was not there to stop any presumed crime, nor are they there half the times they are needed. Here in this court today, you have the power to either sentence this girl years in prison for a crime she did not commit, or you, members of the jury, help fight back against that corruption, to actually seek out true justice. You have the power right here, right now. There are no consequences for your actions. Only the benefits of knowing that innocent girl gets to live the rest of her life. Usually I try and prepare my monologues, but I think those days are over. And women of the jury, I implore you, every fiber of my being, please, you have the power right here, each and every one of you. Do something good, change the world for the better. You can help a girl by the name of Grace Sapelli. That is all. Eric walks up. The judge simply says, Auntie says hi.
Saying what?
The jury collect themselves and discuss. Time in the court continues and continues. Derek, you see across the seat, Father Ignorance. Eventually, after roughly 20 minutes pass,
the person representing the jury to say the verdict stands up.
Yes. Yes.
So, have you reached a conclusion? What's your verdict?
The person in the biker suit seems to take in a deep breath and then promptly shrugs. Does a wavy hand motion.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
He shrugs and does a wavy hand motion again. And then, like, he turns around, motions some of them this way, and then motions the others that way.
Are you declaring that the jury is hung? That you can't...
Rohan just kind of slumps in his seat.
I see.
Bang, bang with the gavel.
In the case of... Giuseppe, this is Electros City. The hung jury, what that means...
He looks down at Grace.
You'll be let out, but there may be a retrial in the future on these terms that they could not agree upon. Court dismissed.
Grace is sitting in the chair, kind of just zoning out forward. Wait, that's it?
Yes, ma'am. That is the end of the trial for the day.
Father Ignorance stands up. It appears so.
What?
I told you I got you, kid.
Yeah.
Now let's get you home, I suppose. Get you a home, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have... She looks at Derek! I don't... Shrugs and kind of hurries over. What was that whole thing that theatrics about? And corruption and all that.
I'm not sure if you've noticed Grace, but he's kind of corrupt.
Okay, smart eye. That's not what I was saying. I mean... whatever, it just seemed really over the top. That's fine.
You know, Athos, or whatever.
Rohan told me that I could stay the night with her. Let's just go out to the lobby. I don't want to see this place anymore.
Why?
The jury
Oh, yeah, if
moving
I-
en masse. So
Yeah, in
Wait.
math.
Wait.
If I may, hey Jordan, you feel a bonk on your head, a very soft one. Something rolls off of your head into your palm. It's a ping pong ball. From across the jury, this guy over here, he has a ping pong paddle in his hand, and he just winks one more time. His phone number is written on it. That is all. Jury out.
Woo!
For your information, Orange doing just fine. In fact, peacefully at rest at this hellhole of a city.
Very well.
As he walks away, Derek goes ahead and stands right here as he walks and says,
Me and you are still stuck here. That being said, not getting off that easily.
Other Ignorance just stands there for a moment, turns back to you and just says, being completely frank, I do not particularly care. He turns around again and just keeps walking.
So we got something in common.
real quick, what the fuck is this guy? Who's this guy in the hat?
What?
Is
another person?
He's a guy in a hat.
Cool. Alright, cool.
Yeah. Well, that guy was kind of a dick.
Yeah, it was. I mean, how dare he do his job? Seriously.
That's not what I meant. Derek, your phone buzzes. It's a message. It says, parking lot. It's from Dusk.
Eric reads the text, doesn't respond to it, heads out to the parking lot.
Maeve, as you're passing by, just waves at you, Derek.
Gives her a nod back, a thumbs up, and says, "Talk to you later."
Yeah. See you back at the office.
One of the good ones.
Before you leave, I do want to, pen back over to Justice Wrong. Yeah, I just want to do this for fun, because this will literally never ever come up again.
Please!
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Yes!
Justice Wrong is just slumped back in his chair, as he kind of just mutters to himself, leaning down.
Hung jury again. This time I tried to make them have a verdict. What the hell? Ugh, I need some fucking shut eye after that.
As he says this, he kind of looks over to the side.
You'll do that for me, won't you? Sweet dreams.
The stand probably hits him in the head, and he goes unconscious.
No, are we for real?
Oh my god!
S power!
I hate this. I hate
He's got a punch ghost that puts people to sleep when he touches them.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yeah, the whole thing was it's a stand perfect for combat encounters, but fucking jack at anything else. Which this was anything else.
Oh my god.
So that's why you looked down at Guitar Mass and was like, because he can see stands. His stand did literally nothing in the whole case, though. Anyway, let's get into this. Derek, you walk out. You go into the rain. You know it's coming. You've known this whole time. You enter the parking lot, heading back towards your vehicle. And click, click, click. Out there in the rain, you see someone approaching you.
Oh, you're approaching me.
You couldn't have just taken the easy bait, could you? A gun fires right at your feet. A bullet impacts the ground. Not another step, Coffin.
Right. The record. It's not that I didn't choose the easy path, it's that my entire life has been the hard way. Why stop now?
You like to think that you are a hand of justice, don't you?
No, not at all. I'm the lowest of the low.
Good, I was beginning to think it went to your head. Just checking. That's the way it's going to be, Derek. If you keep using underhanded methods, if you keep allowing the corruption to get to you, you'll never be one step better than it. An officer like you...
She raises the pistol.
Has no place in the Electros Police Department.
You think of letting the corruption get to me? Dusk. They were smarter than that. I am the corruption. Oh. You're gonna have to pull that trigger. Lie.
You know as well as I do that no part of me wants to pull this trigger, Coffin.
Don't.
I can't do that.
Roll initiative, please.
Oh my god!
Oh fuck!
What? Are we doing this now?
Yes, we are! Yes, we are!
I love how we have another one of these moments with, like, Electros of, are we doing this right now?
Okay. My brain is scrambled.
Damn.
Oh my god.
Dawn immediately fires off a shot.
I summon my stand.
Nice.
Eric is instead going to use his quick draw trait to try and fire at Dawn before her gun specifically, before she fires.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is. Okay. Escalation.
Oh, fuck!
Damn, okay. Derek, you shoot Dawn. Poof! The gun immediately before she can shot out of her hand.
Nice. Thank God.
She immediately takes a roll back and takes cover behind this car.
Okay, so Tally. Can Derek tell if this is just like pure murderous intent? If Dawn is going right now to kill Derek?
Give me a brains roll. Is she going all out to kill Derek? Yes.
Okay. The thing is that if I get hit by a bullet, I will almost certainly die. No, Dusk. Never really figured out stand ability. Though from earlier today, you can guess that it has something to do with stopping people from talking, and even... So, I can do one thing, so yeah. I can restrict people from talking.
Bold of you to assume I have a stand.
You are correct.
Eric is going to rush forward here, then with his 1911 is going to fire a shot at Dusk.
Derek, as you rush forward and fire at the back of this car, with a shattering sound, the windshield shatters, sending a spray of glass into Dawn's face. She takes 5 damage as glass cuts her.
No, at the range, I was always a better shooter than you were.
Doesn't mean you were a better thinker.
See about that.
Dawn, immediately, you hear pew, pew, pew. She doesn't shoot at you, actually. Bam, bam, bam. She shoots at all of the cars around as a cacophonous sound of car alarms erupts around you. Using the distraction from the car alarms, she leaps over this car and runs back here. Dawn is going to spend a point of her bizarre field to take another turn.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Yep.
Okay.
Alright, Coffin. If you believe so much that you're the corruption in this world, then I'm the justice that's going to wipe you off the face of this planet.
And she fires.
Okay. I'm gonna respond in the same way as before, shooting over back at Dusk.
Just barely, in the wooziness and the distraction from the car alarms, you get shot. Just barely. You take 2 damage. And Dawn is going to run here. And kick open the door of this car and use it as a barricade.
Okay.
Your turn.
Eric over here. And he's gonna take aim in Dusk's direction. And what he's actually gonna do is he's gonna aim for the fuel of this car that she's hiding behind.
Oh. We're going to try and ignite the fuel of the car?
Indeed. At the very least, that will get her out of there.
Yeah. I'm gonna roll Universe for car.
Okay.
This is the roll you have to beat to set the car on fire.
Oh, I see.
Oh!
Resolve. Cool.
Yeah, the car does not ignite. Dawn does seem to react immediately, though. She pulls out her mechanical hand. But for a moment. She doesn't seem to immediately take action. She's well trained enough for that. She notices that it didn't work, but she almost did something.
I will say that Derek will copy Dusk and take this car door he's right next to and open it up.
I see that your training has paid off.
What can I say? After dealing with criminals for all these years, I've learned a trick or two.
A criminal learning to act like a criminal's persecutor. How quaint.
Dawn cracks her neck, and you see her pull out her mechanical fist and point it at the telephone post over here. And with a the front hand extends, firing outwards, grabbing around the top of the light pole and hoisting her up.
Okay. Oh, God damn it, she's so badass. Fuck.
She takes another shot at you.
Question, is she at the top of the telephone pole?
Yep.
Right,
all
cool.
the way on top, obscured by light.
I'm gonna try and shoot her hand so she'll fall off.
Okay.
I'm gonna reroll that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my god!
Alright.
Wow.
Would you believe me if I said you take 2 damage?
I would believe you, yes.
You are shot in the back. Blood starts to bleed down your leg, Derek. Your defensive structure is completely useless from this angle.
I'm gonna say this.
Uh-huh.
Derek... Okay, Derek stops the bleeding.
Fair enough.
So, with that said, Derek is instead going to a little maneuver and basically just go around the door of the car he was behind and then just do it from the other side and fire his weapon at Dawn once again.
Okay. Because of her angle, she's going to shoot back. The glass window pane shatters, Derek. As the bullet comes blazing through, you take 3 damage.
Okay, we'll use a resolve point to negate 5 damage.
Okay, you take none.
You know, you say you're on the side of justice, that you interfered during a witness testimony. Say you're on the side of justice, and yet used your stand to stop Jimmy from moving her legs, body, even mine. Seized that up real quick, didn't you?
You say that I'm not on the side of justice, yet Wait a minute. What was that?
What?
I never used my stand on Jamie. Are you telling me something else was going on in there? You're incorrect.
See, that's actually good. I'm glad I'm incorrect. Derek is gonna respond real quick with, wait, what?
I thought that was you.
Well, when Jamie was testifying, I couldn't move my body, and neither could she.
I was taking every means necessary to ensure that the guilty individual whom you yourself confessed to me of her guilt, whom she herself confessed to me of her guilt, was turned in. But that was not part of any plan of mine.
Oh, just beating the shit out of me in a back room with a bunch of barrels.
You deserved it. Couldn't stand to see that smug face of yours for 5 more seconds.
Goddamn right that I deserved it.
I'm glad we can agree on one thing. That doesn't change the matter. I'll finish this, and then we'll find out what happened there.
What I do is, because this dark car door is open, I get into the car and I start to hotwire it.
Oh shit!
Oh hell yeah! Brains roll the hotwire a car. Let's go.
Okay, cool. Yes!
Yeah, you hotwire a car.
Derek is gonna drive the car at dawn until the football.
Another boss, but
Oh my god! Roll 3d6 for car. What?
Are we about to have another Electros?
Oh, I have been trained for driving cars because I was a cab driver.
Oh my god!
Nice.
3d6 plus trait.
Holy fuck!
Okay, I'm gonna describe this. Okay, so Dawn pulls out her hand, her grappling hook hand, and fires it at the nearest light post, and it pulls her, but because of the shaking from the car as it impacts, she trips, she falls, it grabs onto something, and it pulls her, sliding her across the pavement in this direction, until she lands here, face first into this car, taking 1 damage.
Derek, just for like flavor's sake, he starts turning his car around, start to get closer to Dusk. But as he does so, he rolls down the window and leans out, and then shouts, "Oh, I've got to even the odds, Dusk, and you get to use a stand against, a person with not one. I've got to even the playing field."
By driving around a car?
Goddamn right, I'm driving around a car.
Okay, what's your monologue?
Monologue is that Dawn is using her stand to give her an advantage over Derek in this fight.
You are incorrect. And Dawn is going to spend her last Bizarre Field point to take an extra turn.
Here we go.
As she slowly stands herself back up.
Derek, you got one thing wrong. If you think I've got the upper edge...
She coughs a little bit of blood splattering onto her coat.
You'd be damn wrong. That's the thing, though. Justice doesn't need to have the advantage. Justice doesn't even need to have numbers, to have support, to have anything else in the world. All that justice needs is someone to enact it. And that someone is me. I have a stand, all right, but I've never told you what it does. Probably because it doesn't do jack. My stand, if I'm to hit you, can stop you from thinking about a topic. So long as we talked about that topic minutes prior. That's what Yakety Yak does. But in this fight, you can bet your ass it isn't gonna help me. It's just you, me, and our cold, hard steel.
Stats though.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Shit stats.
Oh god, I love this version of the song.
No, this version of the song is gold.
It's so good.
What the fuck? Stats.
Oh, and she spent a bizarre field point, so, you ready to get shot twice, Derek?
I would have to say a no on that one, Tally.
She heads over here, kicks open this car's door. Do I hotwire another car in response?
Yes! Bumper cars!
Do it!
Bumper cars!
Alright. Done. Hotwires another car in response.
By the way, that talk about like me, you, and our cold hard steel, that was so fucking cool.
I'm glad that didn't come off as stupid.
No, that was
Like
fucking...
some cool person, you bumper cars!
Yeah, Dawn hotwires a car and jumps in. She also fires off a shot at Derek. Now, I get to reveal this. Her gun is a flat 2d6 roll, plus she has a lot of traits. For starters, she has a +1 called Don't Talk Back. If someone has talked back to her after she's asserted her authority, she will get a +1 on the next roll. +1 for law-abiding. If someone has ever committed a crime, she has a +1 to hitting them and apprehending them. Another +1, which she hasn't been able to use, is Scandalous Superiority. If she's being targeted by a stand with a higher stat than any of her stand stats, she'll subconsciously do better than them and get another +1. And then Saw Right Through You. If anyone attacks Dawn on their own without support from an ally, she has a +1 to deciphering them. In total, 2d6 + 2 in this case.
Yeah. Derek, as far as I can tell, Derek and Dusk are driving at each other while shooting bullets out at each other.
Yes! That is what's happening right now.
That's what's happening. That's how Derek's responding, by shooting at her.
You take 3 damage as you're shot through the windshield.
Alright, spend the resolve to negate 5 points of damage.
Okay.
The resolve of resolve points is empty. Oh.
Come on, Derek, you can do it.
Sad music
Come on,
the
Derek,
stereo.
you're so close.
Alright, Derek. So both of you start heading towards each other. Your turn!
Okay. So, if I were to hit Dusk with the car, it would basically be a 3d6 versus a 3d6. It was just 2 cars slamming against each other.
2 cars slamming against each other.
Okay. He's gonna whip the maneuver, okay? He is going
Let's go! Let's go!
What does that mean?
Don't know.
Don't worry about it. You just whip the maneuver.
What does that mean?
Oh my god, this is so dumb. Oh my god, this is so dumb.
What are we doing?
Like, Derek, question. Can we say that when Dusk shot Derek, it was through the windshield?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, cool. He's going to whip the maneuver by driving over here, turning, drifting, and then on this direction, and he's going to go through the windshield, through her sidecar window, and stab her.
With a plot point from an unknown party, that window was already down.
Yes.
Wow. Hell.
Alright.
Yeah.
Give me 3d6 per car plus gun? So bronze? Yeah, sure. 3d6 plus bronze. Dawn pulls up her mechanical arm. She's going to fire the grappling hook through your windshield and it attempts to grab you and pull you into her car.
Works.
It does in JoJo! Oh no! Oh no! Escalation!
Oh shit! Someone's gonna die, motherfucker!
I'm re-rolling.
That's by 2? Or what? 13, 14, 15, 16. It's by 1.
Oh my god.
It's by 1. That's double. 2 damage. You slam the car. Bam! Done. Knocked back.
Let's go.
Completely out of commission as her rocket arm sails over your head. Dawn slowly pulls herself out of the crushed metal around the seat, climbs over the passenger seat, kicks off, and dives through your windshield in an attempt to grab you.
Eric's going to say something as this is happening.
Okay.
As a look faces over his eyes, and it seems as if he's somewhere else. As On goes to grapple Derek, he embraces her and says, Lauren, you're gonna be alright.
And then Dawn impacts with the fist.
Eric is going to take this, as this is a permanent flaw, going to take this punch to his face unopposed.
Dawn's fist collides with your head. Crack! The sound rings out across the parking lot. Derek, you take 8 points of damage. She lands in your car. Lauren, huh? Just another soul lost on the path of corruption you've left. Don't forget it, Derek.
At this moment, Derek Coffin has died. Thing is wished for so many times has come to pass. As he starts to hear the voice of his sister. As Dusk is sitting there, recovering, suddenly, almost as if it happened in an instant, there is a piece of bone sticking out of her chest. As Derek Coffin uses his body manipulation, skin and bones, to impale her.
Give me the roll. She's not seeing this coming. It's unopposed. If this roll succeeds her current health, and you take her to 0 health, this kills her. So that would turn the roll to an 8, yeah?
Yes.
The bone goes through Dawn from one side of Derek to the other side of her chest. She stands there staring, eyes wide, looking at her own blood on the cracked windshield as it all kind of hits her. This stupid fucking fight, this stupid fucking parking lot, and now what? That she, in all of her work as a police officer of the Electros Police Department, didn't confirm a kill. For what? Because she sorta liked the guy, thought he might be doing something good, that maybe there might be a lick of goodwill, dare I say justice, left in this man. And she didn't even consider checking his pulse, and just like that, hands on her, on the ground, broken glass around her, she falls to the ground, pierced by a bone.
Eric gets up, leans forward in the car as the blood dripping down his face from his punch suddenly stops flowing as he gets out of the car and starts to do something. He walks around the back, and by the time Eric comes back around to the other side, it is no longer Derek.
Oh boy.
It's Corvus.
I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this.
I'm sorry, huh?
What the fuck?
What?
What?
I would like to let everyone know that Corvus, at this point, after taking -7 damage, has 29 points of health.
What?
Corvus opens up the door partially and grabs Dusk, pulling her out and throwing her on the ground.
Dusk falls into the pooling water on the ground. Again, glass shards everywhere as she falls in the ground. What the hell?
Hello there, Ron. I've heard much about you before.
Who the fuck? Where did Derek go? What?
Oh, do not fret. Eric is safe. Always be safe.
Dawn looks to grab her gun. Realizes she dropped it in the car. And just sits there, breathing. A faint mist coming out.
Oh, sorry. You perhaps looking for this? As the Corvus reaches into the car and pulls out the gun. Is this you wanted?
Dawn is too stunned to say anything.
Oh, don't worry. You won't need this where you're going. The Corvus bends the metal to a little ball. She just kind of throws off to the side. You know, it's been such a long time since I've fed. I think this is the perfect moment to do so. Would you agree?
What the hell are you on about?
Oh. It doesn't matter. I'll tell you since you're about to die anyway. Just all this. Need to feed out every day. And the whole court episode took quite a while. So I haven't had my dinner yet. Is there anything you wish to say as your last words?
As my last words. What are you, some Grim Reaper, some cosplayer come to see the trial? Somebody to sing the prayers of a lost police officer trying to do the right thing. Who are you?
Oh, me? Well, yes, you'll probably know me best. It's the Corvus. And, well, if you don't know that name, perhaps Lauren might make more sense to you. The Corvus feeds.
As we pan back out, away from this accursed parking lot, away from the Pinion courtroom, we follow back to the entrance where an individual, again, another individual walks out into the rain, walks right past Derek Coffin, who is on his way to encounter Dusk, and heads back down another street in Electros. He takes steps, breathing in the night air of Electros City. As he walks, he has a placid expression. And as he tips his head back, the faintest rain patters against his brow as the lights of Electros shine firmly across the brim of his hat. He pulls out a phone and dials a number.
Good evening, Mercy. How goes your investigation? Yes, it would seem that Miss June is being more difficult than I expected. It's quite alright. Keep trying to reach out to her. No, the trial did not go as planned, but it is alright. I am on my way back now. Yes, yes. I'll speak to you soon. Have a good evening, Mercy.
He places the phone back into his pocket.
My. This city. She's putting up quite the fight. Is it that she cannot handle our purity? Well, Electros, have you nothing to say to your doctor? That's to be expected after all. This job is thankless.
He holds his hand out to his side and a stand appears. And just gently grips his fingertips, head bowed in the manner as one might hold the hand of the queen.
To cleanse the city of its sins. We have to keep walking this path, don't we, Rose?
Episode 4, everyone.
You just leave me on a fucking cliffhanger. I'm reading, you've already left me on cliffhangers. Why this one too?
That was so good.
Dr.
That was such a good
Eden.
episode.
Oh, we all knew
Dr.
Hack
Eden.
was suspicious.
Yeah, y'all started figuring it out. I loved it. I loved every second of it.
Unusually sized hat and his.
So how long have you guys figured out?
That hat was funky.
Just like we
court episode.
Yeah.
Nice. The moment we walked in, I looked at the hat guy and I was like,
Yeah.
Because we've seen him before, you know.
I noticed that he's been around
Go
several
back
times.
at all of the episodes and just look for him. You'll find him.
He's always been there. What the fuck is the
The Corvus is the Corvus.
Yeah, the Corvus is the Corvus. That's what the Corvus
bird.
is.
Bird.
Bird.
Holy fucking...
Ah.
Woo!
Next time, we'll go to Arc 2. These cold cases.
Art time.
Art time. Oh my god. What do we even start with?
Let's see. It
Jordan?
started with Father
Jordan.
Akers.
Oh,
yeah,
Jordan. Oh yeah, Jordan.
Jordan had a makeover.
Here is Jordan.
Oh, I didn't see all that.
Damn.
Pretty. So many sparkles.
So good.
She got a lot of sparkles from Jordan. I love it.
Yeah, sparkle.
Next
belly
was
button
Father
iced tea?
Ignorance.
That is a belly button.
There's a belly button.
Whoa.
And some pelvic line. Hey.
Wow.
Hey.
Yeah, you wanna post it?
Oh, fuck me, yeah?
Yeah, you.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
you.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
you
where is he?
There he is.
Him.
Petty ignorance.
Him.
Leave,
Yes.
leave,
It took
leave.
this long for it to happen. I knew it was coming.
What? Wait, what happened?
Daddy ignorance.
Ah, yeah. I knew that was gonna be said. Salt man.
Salt
Fucking
man.
Salt
This man, he literally eats salt. I don't know what to say about him. Is he a
Yep.
slug? Who knows? Next up was the jury. Yes.
The
Jury.
Time for my jury.
Jury,
Yes.
Yeah, it's time for your jury. This is
Alright.
incredible,
Send the whole
dude.
image.
Yeah, I'll send them all at once.
One whole image.
Here they are.
One whole image.
The jury.
Oh, this is so good.
Nice.
So good.
They're all just sitting, hanging out. Why?
Guy with the helmet.
Yep.
It's should too.
If
Oh,
I
that
may
too, yeah.
point out, Mister, I'm flirting with Jordan. With this jersey.
Called the Boars.
26.
26.
26.
That's a nice
Nice.
wink. That's a nice wink.
Oh yeah, I was so happy with that.
The star. Can I post the justice wrong?
Oh my god, please.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit. This is one of those drawings where I drew it and every second I hated it.
How massive
Of course.
Oh my lord.
they are massive.
I think, quote
Oh.
tally, this token looks too good for who he is.
Really?
It looks so majestic.
He's
I
fucking
hate
terrible.
him. I hate
He's
him.
garbage.
I hate him.
Him and his garbage stand. I'm gonna post the
What's him
stand
and his
now.
vertical versus fucking horizontal stripes?
Ah.
Look at his contrast.
Cardinal sin.
That horrible contrast. And then here's Sweet Dreams, the stand that was made this morning.
Yep.
I was going to ask Wesley, when did you, or who drew the tally?
I drew
Yep.
it, yeah.
I'm a nice guy.
I'm
Yeah.
a nice guy.
Fucking stand.
Also, yeah, his stat wheel is off center. It's tilted. I spelt his name wrong.
It's in Comic Sans.
Oh my,
Oh my
god.
Yeah, Buff Dreamweaver. It's just
Poor
Sandman and
Dreamweaver.
Dreamweaver combined. This
Yeah.
okay. So this episode was originally, by the way, I got to talk about what this episode
Oh my
was before Court
God.
happened. It was originally going to be a Dawn episode, where Dawn was the final boss of the arc.
Oh.
But that shifted around, and Wong was going to be like this drug lord.
Yeah.
Stuff totally changed.
Yeah, totally.
Y'all did it for a loop, but I love what happened.
It was so good.
Next up on characters who appeared, which y'all didn't point out things about Patricia Solaris.
Yeah, Patricia.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
and
guys
I
want to take a
agree.
second look?
Her eye on her forehead. Wow! Oh my god!
Oh, Casey got it.
Did Casey get it?
Are
Casey
you
get it?
kidding me?
Yeah, Casey got it.
There it is.
Oh my
there.
god!
don't
Can't
get it.
believe that Pussy Control appeared here and not in
Oh.
the
Appeared here first and not in the actual
Yep.
main line. Yep.
Is that henna on her arm?
It is. Yes.
She's very pretty.
She is really
too.
pretty.
Very, very pretty.
She's very pretty and also kind of a bitch, and I love her.
Yep.
Your
Can't believe
personal
that
opinion.
She got some
Can't
eyelashes though.
Can't believe that she
Oh.
didn't even appear in her own game. Damn.
I know, right? Almost like I haven't been able to play that for a year, and I want her.
What?
And then, last but not least, let's start with this.
Wait, what about the Corvus?
The Corvus.
Oh, fuck the Corvus!
Corvus.
Don't fuck the
And
Corvus.
and Dawn
Don't
Bycatch while
fuck
we're
the
at it.
Corvus.
Don't fuck the
Don't-
Corvus.
Don't fuck the Corvus, please.
And by the way, this artwork has existed since episode 1.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I did. Mm-hmm.
Oh!
There it is.
Yep.
That's fun.
There's the Corvus.
It's really cool. It's really cool.
He lost his arm.
What's with like the
It's
little
a clove.
She doesn't need arms to fight, my dude.
Who needs arms?
Who needs arms when you have beak?
That can't be called a beak. That's like a mosquito stinger or whatever.
And then, of course, yakety yak. Oh my god.
Yep.
Yes.
Don't talk
Ass.
back.
I can't believe that we
Don't
had.
talk
I can't believe that we had the most powerful stand and also the most shit stands in.
Yep. And the one who actually got to be useful in any sense
was the shit stand.
was the shit one.
Yeah, I love the concept of a really strong fighter with a terrible stand. And, that's
That was
fun.
really fun.
Now we get to do Eden. Oh
Yeah,
my
now-
god,
now it's
Eden!
time for that.
Holy fucking shit, I can't. Oh, here's the token. The first one. This has been in every episode so far.
Woo!
And
Yeah, stalker.
here's the shadow token for reference.
Of course.
And last but
Very
not least,
spooky.
the full art.
Oh.
Oh, that looks sick as fuck.
That's
I know, right?
really cool.
Damn, another
Oh.
cross.
Another cross.
Guess they ain't
That-
called the Eden Project, nothing, that's for sure.
That's really.
Episode 4, everyone.
Can we talk about the trial?
Yeah, let's talk about the
Trial,
trial.
trial,
Yeah,
trial,
let's,
trial, trial, trial.
Dude, let's.
It was a hell of a decision trying to figure out who was actually going to come out on top. I'll just post this in our work file.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I'll always come on top of. Never mind.
Jesus. This is what we ultimately came up with?
Yeah. There was quite a bit of deliberation.
Oh my god, okay, hold on. This is kind of starting at the end, but I want to start at the end. If you hadn't thrown the shadow person in there at the final witness with Jamie, that
You
would
would've probably given
would
her-
have probably won.
Yeah, you would have won.
Oh?
The
You would have
extraneous,
kept your
like,
story straight.
there was a lot
Yeah.
of stories that didn't really mesh. Like, a lot of your guys' witness, because you guys were coming up with a lot of the stories as new stories, there were some inconsistencies between them that were just like, people aren't gonna buy this.
If basically, if Jamie's didn't have the third person out of the like shadowy figure that does not exist out of completely left field, then it would have been neutral and or in your favor because it would have lined up with what everyone else said.
Shit.
I think the way we all put it was, at least personally, I know I really wanted you guys to win the case. I think at the end I was in the firm camp of it was a loss. I don't remember what you two were.
I'm that it could go either way. I'm the middle ground.
Yeah, and I was the I think they kind of won it, but like
And then we
because
all-
of all that at the end, and none of us were like particularly confident.
Exactly, we're all kind of in the middle, and then we realized, wait, we can just say it's a hung court, or a hung jury.
Yeah, that's a thing that exists.
So we were like, okay, we can't say it's a victory because it definitely didn't feel like one, and we can't say it's a loss either because that doesn't feel right, so we went with the neutral end.
Yeah.
I see.
The
Because
hard
like a loss after all that, because you guys made fucking brilliant.
Yeah, you guys
points.
made great points along the way, holy shit.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff I was
Like-
not even remotely prepared for.
Like we threw in a lot of curveballs that you guys.
Tom
just-
Faleary!
Yeah, Tom Faleary, the biggest curveball at all, and I think that's where you nailed it the most.
Truly.
Yeah.
You really won that Tom point.
Yeah.
Tom point was hard. The Patricia point I thought was gonna be the hardest one. But you guys did really good on that one.
Yeah.
It was just, in the end, your witnesses, their stories didn't line up, and they were all
Yeah.
supposedly on the train.
Yeah.
That was the thing, is you were all there, you were all witnessing it happen, but Jordan didn't say anything about the bodies that were in the room, in the car. even like when she was like after all this and she was unconscious, Grace was unconscious and Jordan was tending to her wounds, and then Giuseppe, I wasn't there. Callie and Wesley said like he pretty much told the story.
Yeah, you pretty much told the story. There wasn't really like too many holes poked. It was just kind of decent all around. The only curveball that I really threw at you was the whole your blood was found there, which you figured out a pretty easy way to be like, oh yeah, I scraped my hand.
Yeah, I just swatted that instantly. I'm like, get the fuck out of here! Scrape my hand? You tripping, dog.
But then none of you could confirm Joichiro was there.
That was so... Oh my god.
I came up with that Joichiro point last night, by the by.
I really want to thank Kat and Wesley because I don't have this episode was hard to make. Very, very hard to make.
Yeah. I think it was hard on both sides.
There was also an overlooming anxiety of, I wonder if one of them is just gonna pull a gun.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I was worried it was gonna completely fall apart. The Dawn confrontation. We came up with that yesterday. I came up with that yesterday, just on a whim of like, what happens if they don't drop Dawn's bizarre field at the case? Well, I guess maybe she'll pull him out to the.
And then that Derek scene happened.
Oh my god, that Derek scene. Legendary.
So
Legendary.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Those two had such perfect opposing ideals. Oh.
Yeah, plus them like talking about which one's gonna like which one is the right way, and then the trial comes out indecisively was such a good lead up because neither side could say like, well, I won.
It was just
Yeah.
Just a neutral.
Honestly, I think this verdict was for the best.
God, that would have. Honestly, the fact that it was neutral just caused more tensions between everyone.
Yeah, in fact, I think this is one of those cases where the neutral ending, both sides lost.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.